Morning and welcome to this board meeting of the Scottish Police Authority on Thursday the 23rd of June. If I drop out on this Teams meeting, our Vice Chair Jane Ryder will step in and take the meeting over until I can able to get back on. I have apologies from Caroline Stewart, who won't be able to attend today, and two board members will be joining us within the next half hour, Katrina Stewart and Fiona McQueen, and you'll see them as they appear on the screen. If I can move on to ask if any members have any declarations of interest. Are there any other items of business for this agenda today? I haven't been notified of any. Thank you. Can I ask that you're content to take items 10 to 12 in private? Thank you very much. And the minutes of our meeting on the 26th of May, can I ask for any comment? And if there are no comments, can I ask you to approve the draft minute of the last board meeting? I have no comments. They are approved. Thank you. Turning to our rolling action log, there are two actions proposed for closure. And I'm going to ask that the international deployment remains open until it's presented today. Can I approve the action log? Thank you very much. And there have been no decisions taken since the last board meeting on the 26th of May. There have been no decisions taken since our last board meeting. Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to my own chair's report, which is before you. I intend to say just a few words. Our Chief Constable was knighted in the 2022 birthday honours, and all our very sincere congratulations to Sir Ian on this very well-deserved award. It's well-deserved for both the extraordinary personal qualities he brings to public life and also his leadership of Police Scotland. And we as a board are uniquely placed to understand, track and appreciate the development of the police service in Scotland into a confident, rights-based national asset under his leadership. And all officers and all staff within the service have made their contributions to that development. Therefore, this award, this honour, is of great credit to all police officers and staff, as well as to Sir Ian. So congratulations, Sir Ian. Absolutely delighted with that on behalf of the entire board and the authority. Congratulations.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your kind remarks and the personal messages of support I've had. And like you, I see it as a significant vindication of the progress that Police Scotland's made, all the officers and staff, over some very difficult years. But I'm very grateful for your kind comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I've got two more items. The drug driving issue will be discussed at item 10. And just to say, for the first time, the police authority has requested an inspection by HMICS. And I'm grateful that this has been agreed to by the Chief Inspector of Constabulary. However, I do not expect forensic services to wait for that inspection's conclusions. We have outstanding scientists and managers in our forensic services, some of them world beating. I want them to use all their skills, knowledge and commitment to address the undoubted challenges and fix them urgently, but we will come to discuss this at item 10. The last comment I have to make is I mentioned in my report about the spending review. This presents a real challenge to all our financial planning. Our multi-year revenue and capital plans have been thrown into disarray. The double whammy of no real terms protection to our future budgets, plus inflation levels unseen since the 1970s, will result in some really hard choices having to be considered. We will be evidence-based and measured in our planning as both our financial teams in the authority and the police service work closely together over the coming months to present a budget at the appropriate time to the authority for next financial year. So thank you very much for those teams for their work already. And I know I've asked Grant McRae to lead our own budget development group looking at this issue with some of you. I have no other matters to raise in my own report. Happy to take any questions from the report. Thank you very much. If there are none, I'm going to come on to the committee chair's report. I'm going to start with Legal Committee, Paul Eadie. Paul.
Thanks, Chair. I gave a verbal update on this meeting at our last board meeting, so I've really nothing to add to what's been circulated in the report.
Thank you. If any board members have got any questions, just raise your hand as I just go through these. I see no hands. So Complaints and Conduct Committee, Alistair Hay, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The report stands, and I'm sure everybody's read it. There's maybe just two things that I would particularly like to highlight. The first one is around the work that's been undertaken by Police Scotland in relation to professional boundaries. This is a piece of work where the catalyst, sadly, was the tragic events around Sarah Everard. It's a piece of work that has been conducted by all police forces services across the United Kingdom within a framework. Significant piece of work, and it ties into many of the papers that will be presented and discussed later on today. But really, just to give that assurance that it's a significant piece of work. It's been well scrutinised by the committee. There's a number of actions, 19 actions that recommendations that are going to be implemented. These will cut into other areas of actions that are taking place across Police Scotland, but there is an undertaking that they will report back so we can continue to scrutinise it and support it twice a year to the committee. Staying on that theme of reporting back and continuous improvement and learning, there's a couple of highlights there. Where Police Scotland will be doing some deep dive, some detailed work and reporting back to the committee, but also the SPA is going to look at complaints handling in general terms, and if there's anything that can be identified there, then absolutely we will seek to improve in those areas. So that concludes my report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. There's no hands up, so I'm going to move on to the People Committee. Mary Pick-Hazley. Mary.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, the update shows that committee looked at a significant number of important reports when it met on the 1st of June. Generally, we recognise that reporting continues to improve and that we now have very useful data on most of our workforce issues, which is very good. But we're now expecting that the people and EDI strategies will be brought forward, and we have asked that work continues on data analysis and evaluation of impact. And I think we'll be able to return to all of these issues later on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Audit, Risk and Assurance Committee, Jane Ryder. Jane.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As you see from this brief report, this was the meeting at which ARAC was looking and providing its annual opinion and assurance to the board and the accountable officer. I please say extremely positive. Within this, just to identify, we were particularly looking at how the SPA exercises its oversight of change. And that's something that the board has been very conscious of and concerned with. As you can see, the committee can offer assurance to the board that the SPA is undertaking the oversight role effectively. Because it's such a brief report at the chair's suggestion, I'd like in this, my last report as chair of ARAC, to just tease out some of the elements of what's overall a progressively positive picture, particularly in the context of the extraordinary challenges of the pandemic and its impact. And if one interprets change in its widest sense, as we have consistently sought to do, there are really three dimensions. The first, the conventional dimension of individual programmes and projects. The case for major projects proceeds via Police Scotland Change Board, is seen by the Resource Committee, approved by the board. We see that in the agenda today. There's obviously significant investment, particularly in technology and estates via this route, and the Resources Committee expect to be cited of major changes, ARAC to be cited to see risks identified and addressed on an exception basis. The final positive outcomes will ultimately be seen in the efficiencies seen particularly via policing performance and ultimately to the board. And of course, the chair has referred today to some of the challenges we are going to face in that area. The second major dimension we've just heard from the People Committee can be summarised as workforce planning and implementation for officers and staff to meet current and future demands of policing could hardly be more significant for policing at this time. And as well as all aspects, including capacity and capability being in scope of the People Committee, the whole people agenda is much discussed at board level, both in general and when considering specific topics. Again, we see that on the agenda today. And for example, when the board is considering the full implications of policing in the digital world. And the third, and exceptionally important, more difficult to grasp, more intangible, but absolutely crucial, cultural change in all its dimensions, internal and external, enabling the continuation of policing by consent and ensuring that policing is responsive and adaptive to societal changes. So the Chief Constable has consistently demonstrated to the board, and all of the board and committees have engaged with policing in the digital world, equality, diversity, and inclusion, addressing the protection and rights of children, addressing violence against women and girls, protection of other vulnerable groups, including those with mental health issues, all of which require significant rethinking and repositioning. And integral to that, I'd identify the increasing importance of collaborative initiatives at national and local level. And for both police and the SPA, the ongoing importance of a culture of transparency, visibility and accountability. So in exercising oversight, rather than establishing a single oversight change board, SPA has used the existing corporate governance framework and used the board and all of the committees as mentioned here. We've done this with a commitment to transparency, visibility and accountability, with much scrutiny undertaken in public, indeed more visible via live stream than before the pandemic. We've also adapted and evolved over the past 2 years. Adaptions include the use of specific SPA oversight groups, for example, for the contact model as a project, and for oversight of COP26, as we're going to hear, with the added value of the independent advisory group, which may provide some useful precedents. So drawing on experience and looking forward briefly, I think the key oversight of change challenges for the next 2 to 4 years are going to be addressing the issues of cultural change and the oversight of collaborative programmes and projects. ARAC have made some recommendations for continuous improvement in future reporting, and the future challenges identified will require a still more sophisticated approach than we've developed and demonstrated to date. But I'm absolutely confident that the SPA and Police Scotland will continue to work together to further develop appropriate and effective oversight, delivering assurance and achieving the best outcomes for the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane, and thank you for that overview and that formal assurance by your committee to the board, which is one of its statutory functions. Thank you very much indeed, very clear. If there are no questions, can I move on to the Policing Performance Committee? Michelle Miller, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So the report's there. I think you'll see a lot of really positive developments reported to the committee, not least of which I think is the kind of next iteration of the performance framework, which now includes benchmarking data, which is in accordance with the development plan for the framework. And I think the importance of that is that it now allows us to really identify and drill down into particular areas of performance, both where that is really positive and also where there are some challenges. And I think, and it's not a question for today, but just an indication of where the committee will want to focus an area of oversight is in relation to the data around detection rates. So the performance report does provide us with a lot of data around that and some real challenges in relation to detection rates. And the committee is going to want to understand both prioritisation of resource allocation in relation to this kind of key area of policing activity, and the monitoring of that and the oversight of that in terms of reporting back to the committee. So that's an area I think where we will want to put some particular focus, which is assisted by the very significantly improved performance reporting arrangements from Police Scotland.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm going to move on. No questions to Resources Committee. Chair Grant McRae. Grant.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing to add to what's in the summary report, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Grant. I don't see any hands up. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to come finally to policing of COP26, the oversight group. Tom Halpin. Tom.
Thank you, Chair. This was the concluding meeting of the oversight group, which it received the final reports in a number of areas that have been detailed in my report. I just want to make reference to, as was said by Jane in terms of ARAC, the existing governance arrangements of the SPA were used in terms of the finance report, the final finance report. It may well be that Grant, in terms of resources, who had an oversight role in that, may want to make comment on that after me. But I do want to pay compliment to the excellent support that was received to the oversight group throughout that from the finance function. We have the final report from Police Scotland on Operation Urim, and it is to be commended, and it clearly shows that there was a safe and secure event delivered, that the focus in maintaining business as usual in local policing was there, and that indeed the welfare and of our officers and staff was prominent. So that report's there, and I commend it. The other paper of significance was the report, correspondence now received from John Scott, Lord Scott now, who's gone to the bench, from the view of the Independent Advisory Group. Now, just to remind that was a group commissioned by Police Scotland, and the work of the group was very prominent throughout the planning and the event, and they acknowledged the diversity of that group. There'd be varying interests and opinions. And where those opinions were at odds, there was the formal structures in terms of ability to make complaints, if that was required, could be done through the formal channels, etc. But I'm very satisfied, the committee is very satisfied. This was a successful policing event for which Sir Ian and the officers and staff have to be commended, and partners who worked with Police Scotland in delivering that event. And that actually the meeting the often competing needs and interests and rights of citizens and groups was the best match that could be made was achieved, and that everything was proportionate and reasonable. And that was a view of the oversight group. There was one other report that is internal. We got a report from the SPA staff regarding how the oversight group itself operated in that, and that learning will be taken forward. So that is a concluding the report of the oversight group, and I'm happy to say that we assess that the terms of reference of that group were met in full with the full cooperation of Police Scotland.
Thank you very much, Tom. I won't invite Grant at the moment. I'll come on to that discussion under item 6.2, if Grant would like to make an intervention there. Thank you very much, all the chairs. Very important that we have this range of assurance and challenges from the committees. A significant amount of our work is conducted through committees, far more than is conducted through this board, and we rely on the committees to do some of the deep diving into the data, into the issues, and to give us the assurance where they can about progress. So thank you very much for all the chairs, and thank you for all the outgoing chairs, and welcome, which we talked about last time, to all the incoming chairs of our committees. I'm now going to move on to the Chief Constable's report, and I'm going to hand straight over to Sir Ian.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like, if I may, to pay tribute to Sir William Sutherland, a retired Chief Constable of Lothian Borders Police and former Chief Inspector of Constabulary. Sir William died at the end of May. He was aged 88, and many of us were fortunate to benefit from Sir William's leadership and friendship. Along with a number of other serving and retired officers, I represented policing from Scotland and across the United Kingdom at his funeral on Monday. I was very grateful that Tom Halpin was there representing the Scottish Police Authority. Sir William gave outstanding public service, a first-class police officer, a man of great integrity. Coming to my written report, the report, as you will see, Chair, outlines preventative and enforcement action undertaken by officers and staff across Scotland in respect of murder investigations, violence against women and girls, and drug seizures, and some really significant outcomes for policing from that work, as well as covering a multitude of other areas of activity since we last met. What I would like to do initially was briefly highlight some of this key operational activity and then address some other important matters for policing at this moment in time. I'll begin with the death of Gary Handling. Tragically died after being attacked near his home in Stranraer in early June, on Monday the 6th of June. Local officers in Stranraer provided an immediate policing response, and they were supported by detective officers from our major investigation team, as well as specialist resources, including air support and armed policing. And the response of Police Scotland to this tragic incident in Stranraer demonstrated our ability to quickly coordinate capabilities in response to critical incidents for all our communities, when and wherever they arise. I can report that a 23-year-old man was arrested and has been charged with murder and is remanded in custody, and our condolences and thoughts remain with Mr Handling's family and friends. The benefit of a national service which supports local policing was again evident when officers responded to a report of a man killed in Orkney just Sunday past. Detectives from our major investigation team and colleagues from forensic services were deployed to Orkney to support local policing officers. And in regard to this matter, a 21-year-old man had tragically been pronounced dead at the scene, and a 49-year-old man has now been arrested. And again, our thoughts remain with the loved ones of the young man who died. And last Friday, Friday the 17th of June, at the High Court in Edinburgh, 3 men in their 20s were sentenced to life imprisonment, all with minimum sentences over 20 years, as the culmination of a complex, very challenging investigation led by Major Investigation Team detectives into the murder of Graham Williamson, who was a 26-year-old who died after being shot in his garden in Blantyre, Lanarkshire, in August 2020. Chair, has demonstrated in these 3 separate tragic cases Police Scotland's ability to quickly deliver a professional and effective response to serious criminality applies across the whole of Scotland, vital for public trust and confidence. I've consistently underlined that tackling violence against women and girls is of critical importance to such trust and confidence. In this regard, my report outlines the conviction of Keith Donald, sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for serious sexual offending. This followed an investigation by our Public Protection Unit into serious offences committed by Donald against a number of women over a 9-year period in the Aberdeenshire area of Scotland from 2004. Separately, my report also refers to the conviction of 5 abusers subsequently sentenced to over 60 years in jail following investigations by our Domestic Abuse Task Force. I highlight these cases, Chair, as illustration that violence against women and girls is and will continue to be a key priority for Police Scotland, and an area where we are committed to working collectively with partners across society to continually improve our response and to collectively work towards a preventative response. Members will be aware that the Scottish Government last week, published details of suspected drugs deaths in the early months of 2022, I think between January and March of this year. The data indicates, thankfully, a significant reduction year on year in such drugs deaths. However, they remain unacceptably high, and each death is an individual tragedy, underlines the devastating impact drugs have on individuals, families and communities in Scotland. The written report outlines in more detail enforcement action by officers to prevent drugs from reaching communities, rigorously holding those who supply illegal substances to account for their offending. For example, on Monday, 6th June, 7 men between 22 and 47 years of age were sentenced to a combined total of over 26 years imprisonment, following a complex investigation conducted by Specialist Crime Division into drug supply in the Dundee area dating to 2018. And this led to the seizure of large amounts of heroin and cocaine. Now, in addition to our vital law enforcement duties in regard to drug abuse and the misery caused from the abuse of drugs, Police Scotland continues to work closely with the Scottish Government and other partners locally to reduce the harm from drugs right across all of our communities. Chair, these examples I've outlined this morning of Police Scotland's response to serious crime and major incidents, our commitment to tackling violence against women and girls, and our broad remit to improve the well-being of the people of Scotland outlined this morning, are also significant themes within my year-end assessment for 2021-2022, a year which we all know has been a very demanding and difficult period for the people of Scotland. Coronavirus placed extraordinary pressures on the public and on all public services, particularly, of course, our close colleagues in the NHS. And of course, policing was also significantly affected by COVID. We were required to manage increased staff absence and continue to do so, and implement measures to keep our people safe so we could continue to keep communities safe, as well as playing a key role in supporting the public health imperative of controlling the virus transmission. Throughout the year, we were required and we were able to take quick action to maintain our policing response for communities, including supporting crucial 101 and Treble 9 services. As outlined in my written report, there was encouraging evidence that our call handling performance has held up well. Quite remarkable performance from colleagues in C3, when data in respect of policing across the United Kingdom was published on a comparative basis at the end of May. We in Police Scotland receive an extraordinary high number of calls from the public each year, about 2.5 million calls in total per annum, 2.5 million calls every year. I set out in my annual assessment, although the total number of calls was lower in 2021-2022 than the previous year, there was a significant increase in emergency Treble 9 calls, which we prioritise, and we're doing a little bit of work around analysing why that would be the case. Members, and particularly members on the Policing Performance Committee, will know that we keep call handling performance through a wide range of insights and measures under close and daily scrutiny, and will continue to do so. COVID, however, continues to have a significant and varied impact on policing and a significant varied effect across crime trends. For example, the accelerating increase in fraud and cyber-enabled crime. While other crime types, such as violent crime, are closer to pre-pandemic levels after sharp decreases in 2020-21, during which the most restrictive measures were in place, we undoubtedly have seen an increase in fraud and cyber-enabled crime. But against all of these demands, our priority continues to be to maintain effective policing, to serve and safeguard all our communities, and undoubtedly our structure as a single national service greatly assists us in that duty. This was underlined undoubtedly by the successful policing operation to support the United Nations COP26 Climate Summit, which was held safely and securely, as Tom Halpin outlined prior to me speaking this morning. Later in today's agenda, there is a further opportunity to reflect on the policing operation, including lessons learned, the spend and the cost recovery, and the assessment from the Independent Advisory Group, chaired by John Scott QC, now Lord Scott. But at this stage, as Chief Constable, I would like to thank and pay tribute to everyone who played their part in the success of Operation Urim. Citizens and visitors, police officers and staff, including colleagues from across the United Kingdom, event organisers and key partners such as Glasgow City Council and others such as the Scottish Police Authority under the leadership of Tom Harpin, and of course to Lord Scott and all the members of the IAG for their work. Policing COP26, responding to COVID, answering the level of community need and contact coming through our C3 division, and providing professional and responsive policing services across growing and complex areas, some of which I described earlier, and more of which are outlined in my annual assessment, vividly illustrate the significant requirements placed upon officers and staff on a daily basis. Policing has been and is relentless. Policing is a hugely rewarding but demanding vocation. I take my duty to safeguard the welfare of our committed and professional officers and staff and their families extremely seriously, not only as Chief Constable, but also as a fellow officer, a colleague, a human being. I'd like now, Chair, to turn to finance and funding. On the 31st of May, Chair, as you mentioned in your introductory remarks, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and the Economy presented to the Scottish Parliament the Scottish Government's Resource Spending Review, which set out the high-level parameters for spend within future Scottish budgets up to financial year 2026-2027 in her ministerial statement. The Cabinet Secretary underlined that the United Kingdom is experiencing an unprecedented cost of living crisis. Inflation is at a 40-year high and expected to rise to 11%. What the Scottish Government Spending Review clearly set out was the spending priorities: health and social security, education, tackling climate change. Policing is not among those stated priorities, and as Chief Constable, I do feel a duty to make a few public observations, having reflected on the spending review announced last month. Chair, I echo and share the disappointment you have expressed on behalf of the Scottish Police Authority in regard to the spending review. I recognise that it is not a budget. However, the position outlined is not the real terms revenue protection that we expected and that had been committed. The cost of living crisis has the potential to increase the vulnerability of people, while at the same time placing pressure on the services which exist to support them. It places additional strain across society, and such pressures have the potential to lead to disruption, protest, disharmony. We know policing is so often the service of first and last resort, and that when other agencies and services are facing significant challenge, need can displace onto policing. Additionally, Police Scotland continues to receive funding for officers in whole or part from partners such as local authorities, who I know will face the same difficult resourcing choices as we do and other public bodies. And I have previously underlined that we in policing would benefit from a single central funding allocation. And of course, policing as a public service will clearly be subject to the pressure of high inflation and real-term increases in our operating costs. These increased costs will not be matched by increases to our funding in the absence of real-time revenue protection as laid out in the spending review. We've seen these inflationary pressures as a feature of the current pay claim submitted on behalf of all police officers. As members will know, pay makes up a very high proportion of our revenue spend. Around 86 pence in every pound spent by Police Scotland is on officer and staff pay. As Chief Constable, I fundamentally believe pay awards must be fair and they should be affordable. Officers and staff work incredibly hard to serve their fellow citizens and deserve fair recompense, given their unique position, the unique challenges and demands placed upon them, and the sacrifices that come from being the holder of the office of Constable. As Chief Constable, I again take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank officers and staff and their families for the commitment, dedication and professionalism that, in my opinion, they demonstrate every day right across Scotland, powerfully underlined through the pandemic and the COP26 period. I know the great value that those efforts and the goodwill of our officers and staff provides for the people of Scotland. It is important officers and staff are rewarded fairly, particularly when their own household expenses are rising. I remain committed to seeking a pay settlement through the Police Negotiating Board, and collectively we will continue to work with the Scottish Government to achieve this. Now, over a number of years, a number of challenging years, policing in Scotland has successfully strengthened our financial discipline and rigour, working closely with the Scottish Police Authority. Setting a balanced budget over the last 2 years has been an important step in maturing as a key public body in Scottish life. This has also ensured the recognition of the structural deficit in funding that was subsequently and rightfully addressed. As a service, we will of course continue to drive efficiencies and benefits, to invest back into serving our communities, to support the safety and welfare of our officers and staff, and to provide best value to the public. However, it must be pointed out that policing in Scotland has in fact progressed much of the reform which has now been asked of the public sector as a whole. In doing so, policing in Scotland has removed £200 million of annual cost to the public purse compared to legacy arrangements. £200 million every year. Policing in Scotland is on track to deliver total cumulative savings of over £2 billion by 2026. Now, these are savings which have been required of us through our funding allocation, not overt choices I have made as Chief. We have made the reform. We have taken the hard decisions, saved money and improved services. Our officers and staff deserve great credit, deserve to be recognised, deserve to be rewarded. We have also clearly outlined the capital investment needed to progress improvements to our technology, buildings and vehicles. We know from the provision of mobile devices, from co-location with partners, we know that legitimate investment can and will bring savings, efficiencies and benefits for the welfare of officers and staff and the benefit of the public. In March, we described the gap between expected capital funding and our necessary requirements. Anticipated capital funding over the next 5 years is £26 million less than required for our fleet, £20 million less than required for our estate, and £20 million less than required for our digital division as we seek to digitalise policing. That limits our ability to improve our estate, by way of example, and we must therefore focus on repairs and maintenance. The inadequate capital funding means we will not build a fully electric fleet and the required charging infrastructure. Our technology improvements will take longer or won't happen at all. Cabinet Secretary for Finance outlined clearly that the public sector required to reset itself after years of growth, due in part to Brexit and the pandemic. The Cabinet Secretary for Finance laid out challenges and criteria that I believe policing has met, in part or in total, that policing in Scotland has achieved. But returning that £200 million to the public purse each year has not been and is not easy. It is an achievement and it is a challenge, especially given that serving increasingly complex community needs requires the significant investment I described. My annual assessment underlines that digitally enabled offending, such as online child sexual abuse and fraud, continue to grow at a very high rate, and describes the essential frontline policing undertaken in the virtual space. I've consistently underlined that responsive, effective, operationally competent policing is a prerequisite for public confidence in policing and a prerequisite for social cohesion. Maintaining a workforce with the capacity and capability to keep people safe in public to keep people safe in private and to keep people safe in the virtual space is vital to effective and trusted policing, in turn fundamental to economic security and social cohesion. Confidence in policing is strong. As Chief Constable, I greatly value that strong bond of trust with the public, founded upon their confidence in our operational competence and our unambiguous respect for their human rights. I will always greatly value the public's consent and support, vital to police's legitimacy. I do have a duty of candour, I feel, Chair, to say that I'm deeply concerned about the position in which policing may be placed if the spending review is implemented as outlined. For example, funding future pay awards may only be possible through having a far smaller workforce, fewer officers. Members will know the increased absence through the pandemic, training delays due to COVID and COP26, and increased retirements as a result of quickly introduced government pension changes mean officer numbers are lower than they would otherwise have been and lower than at the beginning of the pandemic. To safeguard an effective policing response through this acute pressure, I have directed that priority is given to support three areas: our local policing response capability, our Contact Command and Control Division, C3, and our work in public protection. This seeks to ensure that areas which encounter the greatest demand and which carry the greatest risk in keeping people safe are prioritised for resources, and I have asked Deputy Chief Constables Kerr and Graham to lead this work, and they are doing so with rigour. This work shows how we must make difficult choices by recognising that such measures are not without a cost, whether that cost is paid in the progressing transformation at a slower pace, in our ability to provide training, or the opportunity to undertake preventative police activity. As Chief Constable, and I would seek the support of the authority in this regard, I have a duty to the public to outline the choices that may be forced upon policing if budgets are allocated in alignment with the spending review. I am resolute in my determination that policing will continue improving the lives and well-being of our communities during financial challenges that everyone is facing. The next 2 years will be extremely demanding for the people of Scotland, and their police service will be there to serve them and support them and keep them safe. I believe everyone will agree Scotland deserves and needs a police service capable of protecting communities from a growing range of threats. Chair, I would summarise my position on finance as follows. It appears that our funding allocation is likely to fall in real terms. Yet Scottish policing is a scarce example in the United Kingdom public sector of significant reform at reduced cost, £200 million a year compared to legacy arrangements. And achieving this while improving service remains a significant challenge and significant achievement. Our broad role in keeping people safe, promoting the well-being of communities, upholding and enabling human rights has been powerfully demonstrated over the last number of years, during the pandemic and during COP26, and our ability to continue to provide community policing right across Scotland through these periods. Our operational competence is vital to maintain police legitimacy, social cohesion, and the safety, security and well-being of our communities. All these elements are fundamental to building a country where all our citizens can flourish. Scotland needs, deserves and values an effective, responsive service from their police service, which is appropriately funded. Chair, if I may, I will briefly mention two other matters before closing for questions. I really welcome the discussion later today on our ambition and our commitment to better represent and reflect and serve all our communities. Deputy Chief Constable Fiona Taylor will present a report later in today's agenda, which outlines the significant and thorough action that has been taken to this end. But I know that embedding meaningful change in relation to diversity and inclusion will require constant focus, persistence and resource. For example, to provide and undertake training, and we have outlined our intention in that regard. Such work is crucial for the trust and legitimacy in policing that I've discussed this morning amongst our communities, and also to improve the experiences of our officers and staff. And this pressing moral imperative has been underlined this week when we published the Police Service of Northern Ireland's review of the Employment Tribunal judgment in regard to our former colleague, Constable Rona Malone. Work from the PSNI that I had requested in October last year, right after the judgment was issued. Chair, as you know, we also shared a copy of the report with the authority, and importantly, we have also published a document which sets out the action being undertaken or planned to address with pace the recommendations made by the PSNI. I would take this opportunity this morning to reiterate the personal apology I made to Ms Rona Malone, and as I have mentioned, underline again my commitment to leading change within Police Scotland. And finally, Chair, I would like to congratulate and thank officers and staff recognised in Her Majesty the Queen's birthday honours. Former Superintendent Irene Ralston, who recently retired from Fife Division after 35 years police service in Fife and across the Lothian and Borders area, and Constable Steph Tanner, who is based on the island of Tyree, were awarded the prestigious Queen's Police Medal. James Bertram, known to many within the Scottish Police Authority, Police Scotland's Health and Safety Manager, was awarded the British Empire Medal for services to policing and to the community in Ayrshire. And we all know James's level of commitment to public service. The awards are important recognition of the outstanding commitment to public services demonstrated by each of the recipients and reflect, in my view, the commitment and dedication shown by many of their colleagues throughout Scotland on a daily basis. But on a personal level, I'd like to take this opportunity to record my deepest thanks, warmest congratulations to Irene, to Steph and to James. Chair, I've spoken at some length this morning, so I will pause there and open it up for any questions that myself and deputies will be happy to take. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable. If I could ask members to put their hands up if they'd like to ask a question, and whilst they're considering that, just to add my congratulations to the officers who were honoured in the birthday honours list, and I have written on behalf of the authority to each one of those officers and members of staff. So thank you very much, a very impressive list. I'm going to come firstly to Fiona McQueen and then Alistair Hay. Fiona.
Thanks, Chair. Morning, Ian, and thanks very much for that very full report. Chair, if I can declare an interest as being Vice Chair of the Drugs Death Task Force, just in my comment, and I think the Chief Constable has talked about what I see as that all-encompassing role that our police force in Scotland do so well in terms of tackling the issue of drugs within Scottish society. They manage to take drugs off the street, deal with criminals effectively and incisively. But the other side of that coin is something that I think is incredibly impressive, and how the officers who support people who are in their most desperate times of life, often in terms of the use of drugs, I think with the naloxone programme, and wider than that, that empathy and compassion that supports their fellow human beings. And I think Police Scotland have to be commended in that. I do have a question. I want to also comment on the recycled boat in the Marine Unit, again, just quietly and silently contributing to Scotland's target for net zero. And we see that right through Police Scotland, and it's incredibly impressive. Chief Constable, could I ask you please about the 999 calls? You've talked about, again, a very impressive rate of answering 84% of 999 calls under 10 seconds. I wonder if you have the information on the range. So you talked, so that's the majority are dealt with that. The average is 10.1 seconds. I'm wondering at the other end, the longest period that people are waiting, if you could help me understand what quantity of calls and the length of time people are waiting for that?
I don't have those specific details with me just now, Fiona. As I said in my comments, I know the Police and Performance Committee looks at this in some detail, but if I may, I might ask DCC Will Kerr to reflect on that. I don't know if Will has more detail than I do.
Thanks, Chief. Yes, I do. Fiona, thank you for the question. If I give you a wee bit of flavour in this, you'll be aware as well that the Home Office published 6 months of 999 data very recently. That was a period 21st of November last year to April 2022. We had average 999 answer time of 10.1 seconds. I was just looking at the last 24 hours, the average call answer time for 999 calls was 9 seconds. But just to answer your question, yes, of course there is a range. So if I take last month, May, just to give you a specific answer, average time is 13 seconds in May, but it ranges from 0.07 seconds up to 5 minutes. But the 5 minutes is a real outlier. And very few of those cases. So there were 61,000 calls, 999 calls in May last year, but only 1.4% of those took more than 90 seconds. Now, that's far too long to answer a 999 call, and we know that. And there, as the Chief talked about earlier on, there's a range of pressures in our contact management centres that we're trying to mitigate and address at the minute, and that's played out the whole way through the pandemic. But the vast majority of those calls are handled within that within that 10-second period. And then the significant bulk of the rest of those calls that aren't are handled within 90 seconds, and only 1.4% of those 61,999 calls last month take more than 90 seconds. So I hope that gives you some indication about range.
That's really helpful. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. Alistair?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And first of all, can I add my personal congratulations to Sir Ian for very well-deserved recognition and the honours, and also my personal congratulations to all other members of Police Scotland who were recognised in the recent honours. First thing I'd like to say is actually I really appreciated the Chief Constable's candour in relation to the potential financial challenges ahead. I think that is something that is going to be that candour is going to be very helpful and useful as we discuss budget setting and priorities going forward. So very much appreciated. And I do not in any way underestimate the success of saving £200 million year on year through the Police and Fire Reform Act and the expectations set out in that, whilst at the same time not only maintaining but improving policing services. So I think that candour is extremely useful for us. I've got questions in two areas, and one of them does relate to budget. The first one is around National Volunteers Week. All too often, the work that is done by volunteers goes unseen, and they don't ask for recognition, but it's good to see the Chief Constable actually calling it out and recognising it in his report. I'd specifically like to ask around special constables, and in the report 162,000 hours of support that they gave. Do we have ongoing recruitment around special constables, and are there challenges in relation to recruiting into this very valuable area of policing work and contribution that people can make to their communities? And the second one is in relation to leadership, promotion and recognition section. Really good to see that Police Scotland have been successful at the PNAC level, and there's 3 people going forward, but also recognising the successes through all the assessment, development and promotion centres and that pathway to the most senior posts within Police Scotland. But what I'm interested in as well, because there's a significant amount of work has gone on, your leadership matters. There's a significant amount of work going on, and it's extremely important that we maintain that work, particularly in relation to EDI throughout the ranks, to achieve the desired outcomes within Police Scotland and maintain that trust and legitimacy in policing. I know you can't give me an assurance, and it's about different difficult choices, but this is an area, it strikes me, that will need to continue to be supported as we go forward throughout potentially significant budgetary challenges. I wonder if you could comment around that. Thank you.
Alistair, thank you very much for your kind comments, but also your insightful reflections on where we are. I'll maybe start with the volunteers issue and then make a couple of comments on leadership and promotion, and then perhaps ask DCC Fiona Taylor to say a little bit more. In regard to volunteers, that you're absolutely right. You know, we've in Police Scotland, when we came in, it was into creation, like in a number of areas. There, on paper, were far more special constables than there are now, but not all of them were active. So immediately we had to do a sort of a sense of a refresh about who's active, who's trained, who's got equipment. And at that time, undoubtedly, there was a drop in numbers. But in recent years, we've re-energised our approach. We absolutely see it as a route in to being a full-time officer. So it allows officers, potentially students at university, people who are in full-time employment, people who perhaps are in part-time work, to come to get an element of training and to get a familiarity with policing that perhaps they wouldn't have had. And that continues to be a key route into policing, which means that, again, we're needing to refresh our special constabulary. We are doing recruitment campaigns. We're particularly targeting some of our rural areas. And it was fantastic just in the month of May. There was a weekend and I was able to come out on one of the Saturday mornings and join the team where there was over 100 special constables from right across the whole of the country who were there for their first conference. And of course, they hadn't been together as a group over the last 2 to 3 years. But I was key at that time. A key part of what I wanted to do that day was to thank them for the work that they did during the pandemic. And there's that sort of business imperative of special constables coming and providing increased capacity for us. But there's also that moral link that it gives us with our communities. It goes to the essence of the police role, citizens in uniform. 1 minute they're doing their day job in their role, the next minute they're in a police uniform and they're providing safety and security for their fellow citizens. So we're really keen to keep energy within the special constabulary. We are recruiting hard. And it's a very active section, but I'm keen for it to grow. The leadership point, very briefly, you're absolutely right that there is a danger, and it was a danger we fell into in the early years of Police Scotland, and I've said a number of times I was part of that in terms of the mistake that was made, where we backed away from investing in our people, developing our people, providing leadership because of some of those acute pressures that I outlined, and bluntly because of resulting in the financial pressures that we were under to make the savings that we did then make. But we've seen the consequences of that. I think we now know that is a false economy, and DCC Fiona Taylor's commitment, our leadership of this is one that we as a senior team all endorse, and we won't be backing away from these leadership initiatives. Your leadership matters. If anything, we're going to increase that. Fiona had an intention to roll out further diversity and inclusion training. It will put a pressure on our budget. It will put a pressure on our time in terms of opportunity costs. But I think your challenge to us is the right one. It's not something that we can step away from. Fiona, I know that this is an area really that you're very passionate about.
Chief, thank you. Alistair, thank you very much for your comments, and thank you for that recognition of just how important our continuing push towards becoming as diverse and inclusive an organisation as we possibly can is, almost regardless of external circumstances. The Chief has referenced the financial situation that we will be operating in potentially organisationally. However, the Chief's commitment to equality, diversity and inclusion and to creating a truly representative organisation has not wavered. We will obviously talk about EDI in a wee bit more detail later on this morning. However, to give you some assurance or reassurance, Alistair, in terms of the question that you asked, We have just reviewed, we've overhauled, we're in the process of overhauling our PC to sergeant promotion process, linking that into my career, ensuring that we are very, very acutely aware of the fact that our sergeant candidates have personal as well as professional responsibilities. So we need to ensure that that process is fair to all and allows talented individuals to take that bottom step on the rung of police leadership. Sergeants are the most important leaders in our organisation, and we need to make sure that they are truly representative of our organisation. Again, to give you some reassurance at a slightly more senior level, through the recent Chief Inspector to Superintendent process, 33%, I beg your pardon, of the successful candidates through that process were women. So again, that is very much in keeping with the demographic in Police Scotland at the moment. Clearly, we are looking to continue to raise the number of female officers and indeed police staff within our organisation. But at the moment, one of our most senior sort of promotion processes, the balance between men and women successfully competing through that process is in line with the broader organisational demographic. So again, I'm never complacent, but I am content that it's that the process is fair and equitable.
Thank you. Alistair, you still got your hand up. Would you want to follow that up?
You know, that's fine. Really appreciate the comments made both by the Chief Constable and by the Deputy Chief Constable. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other hands up. Other members? If there aren't, I just want to conclude with these comments, really, Chief Constable, around the financial challenges you outlined there and the role of the authority. We rely enormously on, of course, almost wholly on the professional policing advice about capability. What do you need in terms of your officers, in terms of skills? And also the strategic assessment of future harms. Now, that's continual ongoing discussion between us. And the focus of that is in the strategic workforce shaping that you are leading. So we are particularly interested, leaving aside what the future detail of the budget we have, this is the meat and drink to our relationship with each other. What I want to be absolutely clear about to you and assure you is that we can provide the evidence with you on the capacity gains that you outlined, that hard-won capacity gains, hundreds of officer capacity gains, millions of hours of efficiency improvements, the service delivery success, COP26 and COVID, and the innovation in policing, just one being not in my name. So I think we should be shoulder to shoulder on the evidence-based provision of what an effective and efficient police service requires in terms of capacity, capability, and what future harms we are trying to protect the people of Scotland from. So I give you my clear assurance we are absolutely as one on that. And I'm not going to do a lot of this in public, as we don't, because we'll be building up to a public budget. As you said, the spending reviews on the budget. So we'll be working on that together. So thank you for all your outline. The other thing just to mention is that what we rely enormously on increasingly on is benchmarking, and that's been a slow progress, and you've been able to give us very clear assurance about 999. I welcome that UK benchmarking there. It was, if not secret, certainly very private information held by police services around the UK, which we didn't have access to. We now have access to that. And as usual, as I always expect and hope, Police Scotland comes out very well on benchmarking, and I'm very keen as a Deputy Chief Constable and I, Fiona Taylor, have encouraged a benchmarking working group for over 2 years to be working on benchmarking. I think that helps the evidence base about how effective policing is in Scotland. So with those remarks, if any concluding remarks, Chief Constable, before I come on to the next item?
No, nothing further, Chair. Again, I may comment on some of the specific agenda items as they arise, but thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I'm going to come on to the policing of COP26 and ask DCC Will Kerr to introduce this report. In fact, I understand we're going to take both reports together, policing of COP26 and the financial update. So I'll hand it over to you, DCC Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we're perhaps going to start with a short video clip, if I could ask if that's played initially before I make a few short introductory comments.
Yes.
As Chief Constable of the Police Service of Scotland, I want to thank everyone who played their part to ensure a safe and secure COP26 climate conference. The people of Glasgow, the people of Scotland, welcomed world and business leaders, delegates, climate activists and citizens. And we know COP26 also brought inevitable disruption and inconvenience. Crucially, the conference was able to consider the important issue of climate change without any disruption. The vast majority of those who made their voices heard did so peacefully and lawfully. Huge marches and rallies took place, largely without incident. Young people powerfully demonstrated their commitment to tackling climate change, including the children of some officers and staff. Officers from right across Scotland and all other United Kingdom police services supported one of the largest policing operations ever undertaken in the UK. For many months before the conference began, we engaged with the United Nations, the UK and Scottish governments, Glasgow City Council, the Scottish Police Authority, and many other key agencies, as well as protesters and an independent advisory group. This allowed productive conversations to explain our approach to policing COP26 and challenge and inform our thinking. We consistently demonstrated our commitment to upholding people's rights and to enabling them to make their voices heard with a friendly and welcoming tone, underpinned by the core values of Police Scotland: integrity, fairness, respect. We had hundreds of engagements with protest groups during the conference period. Proportionate containment or enforcement to ensure safety and lawfulness was necessary on a very small number of occasions. There was no significant violence, no significant disorder or damage, and relatively few arrests. This is great tribute and credit to campaigners and activists, the general public, and to all the officers and staff who worked constructively to ensure demonstrations could be conducted safely while minimising the disruption to communities. Of equal importance, people right across the country continue to be provided with the effective policing service they need and deserve throughout the conference period. Working with and for the public goes right to the heart of policing in Scotland. I am deeply grateful for the support and cooperation our fellow citizens demonstrated during this major international event. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and hopefully I'll give a flavour of what we're proud of in terms of the policing of COP26. I don't intend to say very much. The Chief might wish to add a few words into the end, but essentially, as we've talked about before, we think it was a successful event in policing terms, and we focused on a very detailed thematic debrief process, which is covered in the SPA report that was submitted. So paragraph 2.2 of that SPA report gives a sense of the areas that we focused on. Essentially, it was closing down some of the work streams that you would expect around logistics, some of the criminal justice productions issues, finance procurement, information management, but really the thematic focus of the debrief process and the close down process was on lessons learned. And we sort of grouped that in two broad categories, just for simple illustration. The first was generating a document for broader policing awareness, both wider across the UK and internationally, and we've sent a copy of that document down. It's been widely circulated in policing circles, but also secondly, making sure that we distilled all this learning into a sustainable corporate memory, and that we could actually take the observations, the lessons, the learning, operational practice that worked very well on an operation that was on a scale that we're not likely to see again, hopefully, for another wee while, and make sure that we didn't lose any of that corporate memory, even if the people moved on. So, and as Tom Halpin talked about earlier on, I agree entirely that the management of the preparations felt very much like a mature collaborative effort. We very much welcomed the role and the approach that was taken by the SPA COP26 Oversight Board, and we had a common aim: deliver a best possible policing operation that respected rights, enhanced the reputation of the country and Police Scotland internationally, and left a lasting legacy. And in the main, we think we've done that. So thank you for the support that we received during the operation. Also want to pay public tribute, as has been done earlier on, to the work of John Scott QC, now Lord Scott. The Independent Advisory Group was an immensely useful and valuable tool for us as well. It certainly wasn't, as Mr. Halpin talked about earlier on, it wasn't a platform for unchallenging agreement. That wasn't the point of it. And as we saw with the NetPol report, there were some elements of criticism of the policing operation. We didn't agree with all of those, but people have a right to articulate and vocalise those points of disagreement and challenge to the policing operation as well. And the IAG process and the membership of it added real value to policing. So to be honest, Chair, I was just going to ask James to cover some of the funding strands. I wasn't going to say much else. I mean, we delivered on budget with complete cost recovery, and we had a significant underspend and substantial saving on the original target projections as a result of how James and his finance team, working closely with the SPA, did a vast amount of work in this space as well. So perhaps, Chair, I can hand over to James, and then I might just round up with the embassy and if the Chief wants to make any comments. So, James.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. From a finance perspective, we worked closely with the UK Government Cabinet Office, the COP26 team from the outset, and developed a set of finance business principles. And what that meant was that we were able to build a strong working relationships, and started to build out a budget for COP26. That was iterated over a number of months, right from probably the summer of 2020 through to the event itself that obviously took place last November. What we ended up with was a budget that then went through the COP26 spend approval boards in a number of business cases to get to an approved budget spend position of £158.6 million as set out in the table at 2.3. The actual spend, the outturn was £145.4 million. So that there was an underspend of £13 million against the total approved spend. That was largely as a result of there being a lower number of mutual aid officers than had originally been budgeted. And then from a Police Scotland perspective, where there was a budget of £66.8 million of directly incurred cost, that came out at just over £60 million. And that was largely as a result of a lower number of allowances being paid out, as there was less shared accommodation, and also through the strong management of the contracts to make sure that there was less waste in catering by working closely with procurement and the logistics cell to make sure that hotels and catering venues could be updated in real time about numbers. So that in itself saved millions of pounds to the public purse. So overall, it came in under budget. I think with regards to the recovery of the income, of the £60.1 million that was directly attributed to Police Scotland SPA, over £59 million has been recovered. There's one further invoice that we will issue to get the final few £100,000. We've held off on that just for now because there's still very, very small bits and pieces coming through, and we wanted to make sure that we captured all of that. But by the end of this summer, we will send out that final invoice. But from a recovery perspective, we are kind of 99% recovered, and we'll get that final bit later this year. So overall, we set out to and delivered against our objective of full cost recovery and no detriment to the policing budget in Scotland. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I wonder, Wilke, if we could just take the financial update first. And the reason for that is because it has been under budget and fully recovered, it could be under remarked upon. And it's a very significant achievement from the team. So firstly, I'd just ask our own accountable officer, Lynn Brown, to make any comment that she'd like to make, and then open up to the board, and then we'll discuss the wider delivery of a safe and secure COP26 after that. So Chief Executive Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to add that it was a significant effort from James and his team to bring this on budget, as he has shown today. And what was really interesting about COP26 was that there was active management of the budget throughout the actual conference itself, and in the early months and then in the months running up to it. So it was a detailed piece of work. And I would say that, again, working with our colleagues in Westminster and passing all their barriers and all their requirements around robust business cases, significant amount of effort, which has obviously paid off. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I add my congratulations to the teams too, because we set out our red lines very early on about no detriment, full cost recovery, and those negotiations were not always easy, but they were conducted on a very professional basis, and the outcome, as you described it, James, and as Lynn described it there. Are there any comments about the finance before I move on to the substantive issue about the delivery of a safe and secure COP26? Okay, thank you very much. I don't want to underplay the congratulations on this one. It's an immensely significant achievement for a very large amount of budget. So can I go on to substantive delivery? We discussed this in some detail in November, and I've written to the Chief Constable shortly after the event, offering him the very clear support assurance of a delivery. So, but as Will Kerr said, there are clearly people and incidents of dissatisfaction with it. Could you just remind us, Will, of the number of complaints that you have received about this? And do you have any detail about how they were dealt with? And then I'm going to come to Tom Halpin for his comment and then open up to members.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, during the actual event itself, it was just over 20 complaints, if memory serves correct. Now, that, of course, we would always say is 22 many. We don't wish to have any, but that's probably impractical with an operation of this size and scale, with tens of thousands of protesters, a significant number of public safety risks associated with that. Our tone and intent right from the outset was clearly and proudly, because this was not a security event, it was a climate event, was to make sure that the vast array of people there, including a significant number of young people and some of our own children, was to make sure that their views were facilitated and protected. Their right to peaceful assembly and peaceful protest was at the core of the policing operation. So against the size and scale of that operation, that's a tiny number of complaints, which I think is for us is a useful diagnostic. And again, less than 100 arrests made. When you compare that to the size and scale of operations in London or elsewhere, that's a very, very small number of arrests, and again reflected what we wanted, which was a friendly, accommodating, facilitative style of policing that respected the rights of people there to voice a concern in a matter that's of significant global import.
Thank you. I'm going to come to Tom Halpin and then any other member who'd like to make a comment. Tom?
Thanks, Chair. The point that I would make is that while we had the oversight group looking at the detail for the planning, delivery, the priorities, etc., the existing governance structures of the SPA, the authority and the board, were fully utilised as well in their normal functions. For instance, we've discussed and the financial management is a legitimate responsibility of resources, and getting into detail and giving reassurance back to the oversight group is extremely important. Complaints, we've got the Complaints and Conduct Committee who were looking at detailed reports and analysis and what was to be learned from it. And in fact, when you looked at the importance of well-being, etc., the People Committee played its part as well. So I'm very conscious that we have focused on the role of the oversight group in a number of the conversations, but I want to pay tribute to the wider governance and the support that it provided, and it was absolutely essential. So thanks to everyone that was involved in that.
Thank you, Tom. Grant McCrae.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to repeat anything that has been said by Tom or by Lynn Brown, or indeed by Will Kerr, but I would like to just add my comment about the excellent work that was done by not only by James Gray and his team, but also by the procurement team led by Ian McKee, to negotiating a budget, building it up, monitoring all that was happening with regular reporting in very clear terms to the Resources Committee throughout the time that COP26 has been on the agenda. So I think it's been first class work, and just want to add my congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other hand up. Maybe it's one question to either Will or Sir Ian, is that maybe others don't know. I'll come back to you, Mary, in a minute. Others don't know, but as far as I understand it, and my information is that many police services around the world are asking you for advice about this issue, which is quite a credit, not quite a significant credit to Police Scotland, that people are asking for your expertise and how this went. Can you just tell us a little bit more about how your advice has been sought about the successful outcomes of a complex, as you say, 100,000 protesters, 120 heads of state, 40,000 delegates, huge event. So just a little bit about that, because sometimes we undersell ourselves in Scotland about how the world would like to use some of our experience and expertise. So maybe either Will or Sir Ian.
Yeah, I'm happy to come in, and then the Chief may wish to add a few lines as well. I mean, very timely, Chair, when you mentioned that point. I mean, we had the FBI's National Executive Institute programme running physically at Tullyallen Castle last week, our headquarters. That's the senior law enforcement programme in the States, which all major city chiefs in the US have to go through. And there's been a very significant amount of interest on two broad issues in policing in Scotland. One is just that, how we run a big operation like that from a consistently and unambiguously rights-based perspective. So what's the style of policing? What's the de-escalation techniques? What are the operational approaches, the command and control style, the training that you give to your officers? There's a significant amount of interest on all of those spaces, and the work we're going to talk about in a couple of agenda items time on the international work reflects and touches on that as well. The second thing that there's a significant amount of interest in is just, and I think it's very relevant and influences the tone and the style of policing in Scotland, is that wider mission, that wider statutory mission for policing in Scotland, safety and wellbeing, because that helps set some of our statutory DNA, how officers approach a problem. It's not just from a simple or a binary or traditional law enforcement perspective. It's very much from that broader policing mission that the Chief talks about consistently. So there's a very significant amount of interest, and we're able to service more and more of that interest through the International Academy that we're going to talk about in a moment's time.
Thank you very much. And come to Mary Pitt-Casely. Mary.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Chair. I would agree with everything that's been said about how effectively the whole operation was run and how much of a success it was. But I specifically wanted to comment and commend the debrief report, which I think is really comprehensive, gives a real flavour of the scale and size of the challenge that you faced and the way in which you focused on dealing with that. And I was going to say that I imagine anybody reading this report in another force faced with anything else similar would want to beat a path to your door, and that's exactly what's happening, obviously. So well done on a very comprehensive report.
Thank you very much. Before we leave this item, it is to offer our very sincere congratulations. I mean, it was an extraordinary event, and our hearts were in all our mouths in the 6 to 12 months before the event, just the scale and scope of it, and bringing this enormous number of officers from around the United Kingdom, and thank you to them too. Can I just ask you before you come back in, Sir Ian, is the question of containment, which is raised in the video, been raised with me on a number of occasions, which you defended to the board quite clearly on professional grounds. Is there any learning from those two containments that you have taken that you might do differently?
Yeah, and just before you bring the Chief back, sorry, I'm not sure if you wanted me to answer that, or you were referring.
Well, I would like you to answer that because you're a senior operating officer. Yeah.
Sure, I can answer it very quickly. You're right. There is one of the, not the challenges, but one of the discussions and debates we were having was around the two occasions on major parades or protests where we had to use containment, and that can be quite an emotive issue because you'll very often hear it referred to as kettling. We don't, because that's not. Containment is a globally recognised, and certainly within UK public order training and policy, recognised technique. Of course, we're always looking, and we did a very significant, and Mark Hargreaves is on the line, the Silver Commander. We did a very significant debrief after both those two occasions where we had to use containment, but we had to use it on public safety grounds. And I'm more than satisfied, having looked in detail at both those occasions, that the tactic was absolutely appropriately and proportionately applied by Mark Hargreaves and the Silver Commander and the Bronze Commanders, the tactical commanders on the ground. It was necessary in the interest of public safety, particularly when you have a smaller number of protests who are causing a greater public safety risk with greater numbers. We are obliged and we have a duty to step in those occasions. Appreciate it's not popular, appreciate it causes some concern, and we appreciate that sometimes at presentation and optically it certainly doesn't look good, but that's our role. That's what we have a primary mission to do in terms of public safety and citizen security. But as always, and just to give you this assurance, Chair, we always do a detailed debrief process afterwards, just to make sure that if there's anything we can learn in terms of how we implement it or how we operationalise that policy or those decisions, if we could do it better the next time around, we're always very happy to look at that.
Thank you. That's very clear. I'm going to leave the last word to the Chief Constable, then we'll move on.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Will and to James and to other colleagues. I think the very fact that rightly and legitimately we're discussing two containments over a lengthy period of an international event of such acute intensity around about environmentalism coming out of COVID, I think that in itself is indicative of the success of the operation. The low level number of complaints, the complete absence of disruption, no serious injury, the ability to vocalise complaints, issues, concerns, the oversight, the independent review, scrutiny from the authority, leadership of the authority through Tom and his committee, the work of John Scott and others, Professor Reicher, many other interest groups, Amnesty International. I think all of these factors made a significant contribution and are indicative of the success of the COP26 operation. Just a couple of points just to add to that. Grateful for Mary's comments on the debrief document. I agree. I think it's so good, actually. I've asked for a number of copies to be bound and distributed to key partners. A big contribution to that, and not least of all to the success of the operation, has been the operational commanders for COP26. ACC Bernard Higgins is now retired, but Chief Superintendent Mark Hargreaves has been the continuity, has made sure that we do take the learning, we reflect, and we capture the debrief. And again, I pay tribute to Mark's leadership as well as the Silver Commander, and he continues to be the continuity for us. And Mark has joined us today, so again, publicly thank Mark and all his team. Your point about the learning, Chair, I think is a good one as well. You mentioned benchmarking earlier when we were discussing my report. Well, actually, this is an element of benchmarking as well, where we go and look at comparative events, if we can find them, around the world. So I think that Mark Hargreaves was updating me that the World Cup organisers, I think, are keen to come and have a look at the work that we're doing. There's a Commonwealth Games in Birmingham later in the summer, and Mark, as a Silver Commander, is currently reviewing on a peer basis the plans of the Silver Commander in Birmingham. So we continue to learn from others. We continue to share our learning with others, because we are an open organisation. We reach out, we want to be a learning organisation, and these significant events are part of it. And then my final comments, I think, are this, that I remember the early conversations with the police authority, and in some ways, the complexity and the challenges of the event, we would put a structure in place with the right skilled commanders, with the right resources, and we were going to deliver on that. The challenge back to me, I think, were in three areas, as I recall. We're round about, well, how are you going to maintain business as usual across the rest of the country? What's your approach to the welfare and the well-being of all your officers and staff, not only those involved in COP26, but those on home cover? And thirdly, and crucially, will there be no detriment to our operating budget and our operating capability? And actually, on all three of those, we've retained a focus on that, as well as delivering COP26. And I think that's what makes it such a success for the organisation as a whole. And again, you know, the oversight and governance, as Tom said, I think was tested in the heat of battle, as it were. and proved to be rigorous and robust. So there are things to reflect upon, but I think they are minimal compared to the learning that we've got from it, and we will now embed that and make sure that future generations of police officers and staff in Police Scotland get that learning that all of us have gone through in regard to COP26. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Constable, and congratulations, Mark Hargreaves, as well on the call here, for reflecting exactly as the Chief Constable says. Can we move on now with that to our next item, which is again for you, Chief Constable, your end of year performance assessment.
Thank you, Chair, and I deliberately referenced it in my opening remarks because it was so aligned with the I suppose the day-to-day business, the reflecting, and I give you an update every time we meet as a board, and our focus on that. And again, we shape my reporting to you, and we shape our response against the strategic outcomes that we seek to deliver. I think what I would say about this assessment of policing, which is a statutory responsibility I have to you within the authority, is that it does have this unique element round about Operation Tala, and our response to COVID. It has public confidence as a focus on it, because right at the outset we knew that our response to COVID would be measured in helping the public health imperative, keeping our own people and their families safe. And then thirdly, we knew, I think the phrase was, we would have a community of citizens, a citizenship to return to, as it were, once, God willing, we came through the intense pandemic period. And therefore, to retain that level of public confidence was crucial. And actually, if anything, remarkably at times, public confidence had actually increased in that. So that's why we've got, public confidence and talent in there, as well as the focus on our 5 strategic outcomes. We've been challenged, Chair, from yourself, from other members, from Michelle, over a number of years to be properly focused on outcomes. Our performance framework is built in that regard. And again, I think it stands us in good stead to properly capture what we're seeking to do, because we're properly outcome focused. I know it's been subject to robust discussion through the Police and Performance Committee. Director Tom McMahon has joined the meeting. Again, thanks to Tom and his team for the considerable work to produce such a high quality product. And again, I would just commend my assessment to the Police Authority, and happy to take any questions that members may have.
Thank you very much. And just Michelle Miller.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Chief Constable, and to everybody for the report. I think it reads incredibly well. It's presented really well. I think the infographics, the visuals, the story that it tells, the case studies, just so the presentation really. And on one level, you can say, well, actually, presentation is less important than substance, and of course it is. But on the other hand, I think the power of a positive presentation is that it makes the content accessible. So I just want to thank you for that, and thank you for all of the work that has gone into. I mean, it does tell a really, really positive story. And it doesn't hide the things that are challenges. And I think we all know what those are, and we've rehearsed those. And I think the commitment to address those challenges comes across as well. But I just wanted to say that I think the report does read incredibly well and tells a really positive story in a way that is accessible to people. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks, Michelle. I would agree with that, having had some involvement over a number of years in producing these assessments, either as one of the deputies or as chief. And I do think that accessibility, being able to tell the story, being able to demonstrate, to illustrate, to describe, I think is crucial. And again, it's another area that we weren't particularly good at in some of our earlier years for a whole host of reasons. But it's really important. I think it's part of our duty in terms of public confidence and trust. And again, I'm grateful for the insight and the challenge that you provided as chair of the Performance Committee, but those of the experience of other members as well, because it is important, I think, that it's not just a statutory task I need to do so that it can be included in the annual report and account. It's actually a document that the public can access, and journalists, researchers, anybody can go into it and describes policing. So I agree with you, and I thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. Katrina Stewart.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief Constable. I saw this report when it was presented by Tom McMahon to the Policing Performance Committee on the 7th of June. And my response to it then was that it's a grand report, and so it is. And I'd like to echo Michelle's comments. It really tells well the story of what's been delivered and achieved by Police Scotland in 21-22, and that's not been inconsiderable. And I think it's really, as Michelle said, it's very accessible, and I hope people read it, because I think people are often not aware of the broad scope of what is dealt with by the police. The strategic outcomes and priorities for policing over this time have been clearly laid out in your report, and how police operational activity has aligned with these, which I think is extremely helpful. I like the case studies very much. I think it brings the whole thing to life. So I just want to highlight one particular aspect of your report, which is the Don't Be That Guy campaign. And I would like to commend also your support for the 16 Days of Activism campaign, which is about violence against women. And I would like to talk about the Don't Be That Guy campaign, because I think it's such an exemplar of a kind of like a great response in a really timely fashion. It's an excellent piece of work. I do have some questions to it, which is, although I'm aware that this is a report on what has gone rather than looking to what's coming, but I would like to just ask if you have any intentions to follow up on that campaign, and what would the next steps be. But really, I just would like to congratulate everyone involved, from the concept to the design to the creation. And I would like to note that it received a prestigious Chairs Award at the UK Roses Creative Awards at the end of May. Thank you.
Thanks, Katrina.
Thanks, Katrina. I think the coming back to the Chair's earlier comments on COP26 and other points of benchmarking, I think the fact that international pickup in regard to Don't Be That Guy has been quite phenomenal. Beyond Europe and into South America, into Australia, across the world, people have recognised that, because, as we increasingly know, whether it is countering terrorism, whether it is having a legitimate police role on the internet and in the virtual space, whether it's environmentalism, violence against women and girls, these are issues that every society across the world is engaged with, is challenging itself on. And the point on the Don't Be That Guy is to focus on men's attitudes, sometimes subconsciously, sometimes ingrained. And again, the success of it, I think we were hopeful about the impact it would have, but it's actually exceeded our wishes for that. And on your point, are we going to build on it? Absolutely, absolutely. DCC Malcolm Graham is the lead in this area. He and his team had developed this campaign. But our approach to misogyny, our approach to violence against women and girls, again, as I alluded to earlier in my report, is one that is going to be a major drive over the next number of months and years. We don't sit back on one social media campaign. That is just but one element of the multitude of work that we're doing with close partners and with others. It's linked into our EDI work as well. It's that, get our own organisation in a place that has the right values, the right behaviours. Therefore, that allows us then to go and police our communities and identify the progress that needs to be made. So again, grateful for your support and insight, Katrina, in this area, but it's an area that we're going to be relentless in our activity going forward.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Sorry, Katrina. Okay, great. Okay, I've got Alistair Hay, then Fiona McQueen. Alistair first.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, really welcome this report, and it's laid out really well and tells the story. I've got two areas I'd like you to expand on. The thing that struck me since joining this board the most is the emphasis that's continually put on policing by consent. And the criticality, therefore, of the maintenance of public confidence. So it was good to see a section in there and the amount of work that goes on to understand public confidence. You know, the reference a number of surveys there, from the household search survey through to the one conducted by the SPA. So could you just expand a little bit more on how you use the information that comes through these surveys and other work, so you understand public confidence, and then how that feeds into the way that you police within Scotland. And my second one is really about the look forward. So you outlined at the start, you know, potential financial challenges and the criticality of understanding that, and you know, the decisions that will need to be made on prioritisation. And also you emphasised that Police Scotland absolutely does not operate in a vacuum. We you know, policing as part of the public service and beyond is part of that Team Scotland approach. So partnership working is something that you emphasise going forward. So just maybe a few comments on how you would intend to deliver against that forward look and maintain those strong partnerships, given the collective challenges that everybody will have going forward.
Alistair, thanks very much. I might ask DCC Kerr to say a little bit in response to your questions on public confidence, and Director McMahon may wish to add something as well. On your partnership point, again, it's another very insightful question. It's not a million miles removed from, I think, your challenge to us round about training. I think when budgets get tight, when people are asked to say, well, you need to focus on your core duties and your core roles, you know, I think falsely and mistakenly, and again, I've been part of this myself at times, you tend to back away from, well, do we need to do that training? And you know, that can be a challenge, and it's a false economy. And similarly with partnership working, I truly believe, I mean, I've got 30 years in the police now, I truly believe that, you know, the approach to partnership working, Alistair, and you know, your own experience in the fire service may be the same. Younger officers just see it now as part of daily business. You know, it's not, they know that they can't achieve anything by themselves. Now, that's whether it's tackling counter-terrorism and serious organised crime. So the work we do at Gartcost, there's now 28 different agencies located there, all working in partnership, sharing information, responsibilities for different parts of the public sector, but all aligned, all working in that common purpose. And then you go to local services and locally based community needs. So, you know, earlier last year, I had a massive privilege to go up to Aberdeenshire and open the new Peterhead hub that exists up there, where the local police officers are co-located with colleagues from Aberdeenshire Council, and a citizen going in there immediately is met with a front counter, has opportunities, and actually, you know, what are your needs? Is it a housing issue? Is it an antisocial behaviour issue? Is it a dependency issue? Is there an issue that requires a police intervention? Does it need a joint intervention? Is it a public protection issue? So everything we do, whether it's our estates work, whether it's our training, whether it's our EDI work, whether it's an approach to the most serious level of threat from organised crime and counter-terrorism, as partnership as its core, and I truly believe that's been one of the major developments of policing culture, being more outward looking, not being a know-all organisation, thinking all the solutions vested in policing. Goodness me, we know that is far from the case. But actually, I think culturally now, you know, that's how we operate, and I've been, you know, I've really pushed that, because I know it's the right thing to do, and I know it's the most effective thing to do. So we will be continuing to develop that partnership working. And in regard to public confidence, you're absolutely right. We're nothing unless we have the consent of our fellow citizens. That goes to the essence of police legitimacy. You know, we're citizens in uniform, and we're there to serve the public. And I think that's been a key part of the values that the police in Scotland has to retain and has to embed and continue to do so. In terms of the use round about public confidence data, you know, again, I've maybe asked Deb Kerr to say a couple of comments, if I may.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah, just briefly, and some of the board members will be aware of this. I know the chair's been involved in this work for quite a while over the last number of years. I think with far more mature public confidence surveying data than we've ever had now, and we use it in a number of different ways. We significantly uplifted our public confidence survey within 3 weeks of Optala, within 3 weeks of the COVID pandemic starting, which made it actually a bit of an international outlier, and it allowed us to get a better sense of how, again, as a bit of an international outlier, confidence increased by an average of 10% in policing over the course of the pandemic. That wasn't the case in many other jurisdictions. And again, that's as much a reflection of style and tone. So rather than going for a policy-rich environment, we've talked about this a number of times before, we've stuck to compassion, courtesy, common sense, which is the way we attempted and in the main succeeded in policing the pandemic. But we've also structurally, through John Hawkins, the ACC for North Region, we structured in a public confidence board where there's close SPA involvement and a number of board members who sit in that as well, to make sure that we were using that data, because there's no point having all that data if you're not prepared to actually do something with it. But what that's told us, Alistair, is that the determinants of public confidence, even in this more complex policing world, are still fairly basic, and all the empirical data supports what we anecdotally know: visibility, accessibility, responsiveness. So when we're talking about issues like C3 data, that's why it's so important. Those things matter significantly for public confidence in policing. The only other comment I would make briefly around public confidence is the Chair and I, Tom, had a really helpful conversation yesterday about sectorally doing a lot more. About it's not just about public confidence generally across society, but how can we dip in a significant amount of detail to areas where we don't know enough. We suspect that we've relatively positive relationships, but we simply don't know. So, children, young people is a perfect case in point where we know that, and we have a desire to do more work, and we're now developing plans to do that jointly alongside the Scottish Police Authority. And then finally, the only point I would make, I know Tom will talk about some of the partnership work that the Chief alluded to. We're structurally in a far better place when it comes to partnerships with our key strategic partners now. So, we share a lot of demand, as the Chief was talking about, with key other public services, local government, PHS. So the relationships we have with those sectors now, the collaboration framework that we signed off last year with PHS, Public Health Scotland, dealing with mental health demand that we've talked about a number of meetings ago, those structural support mechanisms are immensely helpful, because it means that we can do joint data analysis, we can share data a lot more effectively. We're now starting to look at joint demand modelling, and then importantly, we're starting to translate that into joint asset mapping as well. What can we do with the problems that we currently face? So I'll stop at that point. Thank you.
Chair, I don't want to extend it unnecessarily, but I wondered if Director McMahon wished to say anything in addition to that, because I do think the work in this area on public confidence is a crucial area, and as Will said, it actually makes us a bit of an outlier in regard to what happens internationally.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chief. The reference to public confidence work, just as the DEP has suggested, we're now starting to really dig into that work, understand how different subgroups are, what their views are of the police, how confidence is driven. And I think we're going to be moving into quite a different place there in terms of the depth of our understanding, and we can then use that to drive action right across the piece. The one bit I would come back on substantively, which was Alistair's question about the forward look, I'm grateful for the support that we had for the inclusion of that when we discussed this at the Performance Committee. It gives a flavour of the strategic threat and risk assessment work that's underway at the moment, that we will be engaging with the authority on over the months ahead, and that we're working actually with SPA officers on as well, to ensure that that's as appropriate as is possible. And it brings together Pistello analysis, an organisational assessment, an operational assessment, and equally the opportunity that the DEP has just referred to bring in shared access to data with partners and look at demand analysis and so on. So there's a significant product in development that we'll be speaking to you about in the months ahead, and it'll underpin the refresh exercise that's underway on the joint strategy for policing that we'll bring forward in the weeks and months ahead. So thank you.
Thank you. Alistair, you still got your hand up. Do you want to come back?
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Chair. And again, really appreciative of the answers that have been given in response to the questions that I set there. it really is just trying to tie all these things together. We are seeking always to deliver excellence in public services, and there are some real specifics in policing because of the nature of it, you know, particularly around that trust and confidence there. But you need that in all public services, and it's always challenging times. But as we move forward, the maintenance of that and the right prioritisation and doing it with partners and not retracting into your own narrow statutory responsibilities will be, in my view, critically essential. So to begin to explore these things and to hear the work that's been done today, I think, you know, very informative and helpful. So much appreciated.
Thanks very much indeed. I got Fiona and then McQueen and then Jane Ryder. Fiona first.
Just a couple of small questions. Thanks, Chair. Serene, thanks very much. Echoing everyone's, I think, congratulations on such a clear, long but concise and easily readable report. So two things I have. How do you evaluate the impact your report has in terms of people reading it, getting feedback from others? And then there's a small section in it in the work that Police Scotland officers do with asylum seekers. And I wondered if you could say a bit about your learning from, and I know that the next item is international strategy, but I'm wondering if there's learning from your international work that you can then bring home to asylum seekers who perhaps are not used to the same type of policing as we have in this country.
Thanks, Fiona. I mean, again, maybe ask Deb Kerr to say a little bit more on the asylum seekers point. And I think you're right. We see this also in regard to victims of human slavery and human trafficking, where a lot of the source or transit countries, you know, there is large-scale public sector corruption, not least of all in policing and justice, and therefore at times they're not reaching out to us, and therefore that's where we work very, very closely with third sectors, with church groups and others, because often they're identifying victims before we do, and there will be some analogies with asylum seekers as well. And of course, you then got refugees, which are a separate group as well, maybe coming from Ukraine. So I think the impact of that locally and into sort of our communities is one that we're certainly aware of. And again, I'll maybe just ask Will to add a couple of comments on that. In terms of the impact of it, and this will actually be included ultimately in our reporting through the Scottish Police Authority as part of our annual report and accounts. But I do agree with you. It was quite a dry, almost sort of statutory duty. We've done it, but now actually there's a product here that we could perhaps do more with. So, Tom, it's an interesting question, Fiona. I don't know actually, to be blunt, but again, I was wondering if Tom McMahon had some thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, and thanks for the question, Fiona. The intention is that some of the graphics that have been referred to could actually underpin some social media activity, just to raise awareness. And we, on an ongoing basis, evaluate the impact of our communications and social media activity. So I think we could get a sense of what kind of what the success has been, if you like, of some of the key messaging within this. Obviously, we bring it here first, and then actually it's usable and something we would like to use as the basis for communication. So we'll continue to do that, and we can report back to you on the impact we think it's had as well.
Absolutely, because it seems far too good a report just to be a kind of dry, dusty governance document in terms of, you know, it really does bring the work that you do alive, and then maybe brings people's other interests into the work that you do and helping us monitor and get assurance of the work that Police Scotland does.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jane? Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. It was just actually picking up on exactly Fiona's last remark on the assurance that we get, and how pleased I am to hear so much of this conversation loop back to what I was saying right at the outset. So I wasn't completely out on a limb on talking about the oversight of collaborative programmes and projects being so critically important for the future. And the other thing, quite unexpectedly, but Fiona is right about refugees, and speaking as a former chair of the Scottish Refugee Council, I would be pleased to have some input to that. I'd be very pleased to assist with that. So thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Tom Halpin?
Yeah, thanks, Chief Constable. The report references the mitigations post-Brexit in terms of loss of enforcements and tools relating to Europe, and the building the capability around Interpol. So it's really just looking for some sense of reassurance that those mitigations are effective, sufficient and effective to keep the country safe in terms of that post-Brexit position.
Thanks, Tom. We've worked extremely hard to mitigate the loss of some of these measures, but I've been very clear from the outset that if you like, the replacements or the workarounds or the alternates or whatever we describe them are within Europe were suboptimal to having that wider structure, the access to European arrest warrants being fully embedded within Europol. But we, as a national service in Scotland, have been central to the approach of the United Kingdom in terms of developing greater international cooperation. Will Kerr's leadership at an international level, as a member of the Interpol Executive Committee, drives that strategically. And then we've also got embedded detective inspectors still aligned to Europol at The Hague and with Interpol at Lyon. So we've identified that very early on, as you know, Tom. We've taken steps to make sure that our officers are utilising the tools that they do have. We're increasing our use of bilateral relationships and information flows. But there's no doubt that there are some of the workarounds are suboptimal to what was available within Europe. But I pay tribute to the efforts that have been made, colleagues in the Crown Office and colleagues internationally. Well, I don't know if there's anything further you wish to add on that. And I say I know you're involved at a critical international level. And again, credit to your leadership and on behalf of Police Scotland sitting on the Executive Committee.
Thanks, Chief. Probably not an awful lot to add. I mean, you're right. It was always going to be suboptimal, so I had to make the most of it. And I think being able to lean in and influence at a very strategic level. I mean, there's 195 member states of Interpol, only 12 countries sit on the Executive Committee, so we've a very influential voice at the table. And actually, the Chief and I are welcoming, as part of his visit to the United Kingdom, the Secretary General of Interpol, potentially to Tullyallen Castle in a couple of weeks' time. So there's a significant point of strategic influence there. The only other point I was going to very briefly mention, with your indulgence, Fiona's question earlier on was absolutely spot on, and she mentioned just our role when it came to refugees. And as you would expect, Fiona, we're helping as much as we possibly can in that space. It's as much about compassion and understanding, it's as much about tone and style, but as some of the COP26 protesters experienced, particularly those coming from overseas, when they came to Glasgow, they were expecting one particular style of policing and they got another. So they were expecting conflict in quite a few cases and they got warm, friendly, in the main, bottles of water, how can we help? Want to make sure your protest is heard, how can we facilitate your protest? And there was a significant degree of surprise around that. But we have also a very significant role, and this has been led within Malcolm's world, about not just compassion and understanding, but making sure people who come here who are immensely vulnerable actually have the tools and the knowledge and the contacts that they need to know how their police service in Scotland at the moment can help them. If they're a victim of trafficking or domestic abuse or whatever else it may happen to be at a time when they're most vulnerable, how can we step in and help them? So there's as much been a campaign and engagement around awareness and knowledge and contacts as anything else, but really appreciate your question, Ireland.
Thank you very much. I don't see any more hands up. I wonder if I just final point maybe for you, Will, to answer. I know you've made a very significant commitment to working with civic society over the last 2 years, and we've made a commitment over the last year and hope we are fulfilling that. I think they are crucial partners in terms of the respect and engagement and maybe delivering some of the more complex areas about well-being within the policing areas. I wonder if you could say, just as a conclusion, about what your advice to the board is about where you are in your relationship with civic society, local government in Scotland.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we've been doing an awful lot of work, as you know, Chair, as the Chief alluded to earlier on, with civic society. Some of it's structurally, some of it's relationship based. We have a strong connection in through the Scottish Leaders Forum at the moment. Actually, we're probably going to host the next conference here Tullian Castle in the autumn. And some of that is just about the structural arrangements that Tom alluded to earlier, about making sure that we have the structures in place where we can share data, we can share experiences and learning, we can second staff to each other, and actually we're constantly thinking about shared demand and the best, most appropriate collective response to that. But I think, but there are some challenges in that at the moment as well. I mean, we're dealing with those civic structures as a single national police service, and we're very often dealing with other parts of the public sector and that civic landscape which are quite disaggregated. So whether it's around local authorities, the 32 local authorities, or 14 health boards, or some of the other structures, and actually very often policing is the local bridge between that sort of public sector and civic architecture, and actually the civil architecture of third sector, NGOs, local community groups who are immensely useful and immensely powerful and provide a great resource at local community level. And very often, sometimes the connection between the two can be quite diffuse, and policing ends up stepping into that space. So we're doing, I think the relationships we have now are fundamentally different than they were with some of those key partners, both civic and civil, 4 or 5 years ago, but there's still a significant amount of work to be done in that space.
And thank you for your leadership in this area. I'm very well aware of it. I think we just redouble our efforts over the next year again, because I think it reaps very significant rewards as well. So if we finish with that item, thank you. Reflect all that's been said about that report, especially how visual it is. And thank you, Tom and Tom team. I know how much effort goes into this, and the development of it has been quite extraordinary to see. It is both very readable, and also had an enormous amount of real substance to it. So thank you for that. Can we move on to item 8, which is the international strategy? Back to you, I think, DCC Will Kerr.
Thanks very much, Chair. And as the Chief was alluding to earlier on, I mean, this is an area of our business that we're really proud of. Our ambition to advocate not just for Police Scotland, but for Scotland as a whole internationally, and with a very significant international appetite to learn more and engage more with Police Scotland. Superintendent Helen Harrison, who's the head of the Police Scotland International Academy, is online, and Helen's going to take us through a slightly more detailed presentation. Again, just to pay public credit to Helen and the work that she's done over the last 20 months since she took over the International Academy. Immensely successful, I have to say, in significant part due to her drive and ambition in this space, and a very high quality team that she has working in Scotland. We were very lucky that Helen and Tom Halpin and I were down yesterday at Parliament briefing parliamentarians with some significant MSPs there yesterday. Our own Cabinet Secretary, the Minister for International Development, and the convener and Deputy Convener of the Criminal Justice Committee. We were very grateful for their time, and the point of that was to not just lay out our ambition and our pride for what Scotland, but and very specifically Police Scotland, can offer internationally. It was an attempt to be as transparent as possible in this space, because it is not without its challenges and risks as well, and we need to be honest and upfront about that. What we said very clearly to parliamentarians yesterday was that, and as we touched on earlier, there's a growing interest in it. And I picked this up I was at the last Interpol Executive Committee last week, and was constantly being asked about policing styles and approaches in Scotland. There's a significant amount of residual interest in how we police COP26, and as we were saying earlier on, part of that is about that broader statutory mission of policing around safety and wellbeing, but also a consistent rights-based approach. So the strategic direction for the Police Scotland International Academy that Helen's going to take you through reflects a number of very important strategic documents so that have really influenced and impacted what we're doing. As I say, it's in part a desire for us to be a good global citizen, advocating for the country, obviously not just for policing, but it also reflects aims in a recently published Scotland's Global Affairs Framework that Helen will touch on. That document published by the Scottish Government has got 7 broad aims, and all of them link in part either directly or indirectly into the policing mission. 2 in particular around gender equality and respect for human rights and the rule of law are very important to our international work, which again Helen will touch on in a bit more detail. The work that we've done in the international space is aligned to the UN Sustainable Development Goals for the last 10 years, so that's just a point of continuity. And the reason that's important is you can see, and you just read the news at all, you can see those links in that sort of between that sort of nexus between national and international dimensions, and everything from poverty, justice, equality, and the climate and climate change. So it's very important that we have as many of those links as possible to be able to reach out, learn from other jurisdictions, expose our police officers in Scotland to different learning, different innovative practice, to take some of that rights-based approach to policing and export it externally. And we were lucky enough, as you know, Chair, that the First Minister formally opened, I think it was our first physical post-pandemic event, the Police Scotland International Academy at our headquarters here in Tullyallen Castle in July last year. But I suppose I'll close with this point before I hand over to Helen. I said purposefully that this work is not without risks. We've developed very robust, I think, and very detailed accountability and governance arrangements, specifically with you as our accountability body. And I think those processes work incredibly well. We can talk about those in a bit more detail if you want. We've set up an International Development Board, which has both board membership and Scottish government representation, and we're now looking at other NGO representation on that board as well. Again, the point is to be as transparent in this area as possible, because it is at times difficult and challenging. But I suppose that the simple point I would make, and it's a bit of a collective challenge, both to us and policing as well, is that difficult as some of the countries that we would aim to work in are, and we've had these issues with Sri Lanka in the past and Colombia now, yet we effectively have two choices in this space. And the choice is that we will not always be able to work in countries that share our respect for human rights, that share the transformation journey or culture and policing that exists within Scotland. And you have two choices when it comes to looking at those countries. You can either sit on the sidelines or in the fringes and observe and rightly comment and at times complain about the style and nature of policing in those countries, or you can actively step in and try and use the talents and the skills and experience we have here, including the significant part of that transformation journey that the Chief alluded to earlier, and try and change things. And you can try and mitigate the risks that come with that through a very robust governance process that we have, through the use of very detailed security and human rights assessment tools that we use. And you'll hear us talking later on about an OSJA process, that's the Overseas Security and Justice Assessment. That is a very onerous risk assessment tool that's updated on a very regular basis for all of our overseas deployments to make sure that we understand the risks and that we walk into these deployments with our eyes fully open. But I am a strong, and we are a strong advocate of our sense of international corporate social responsibility to reach out and to try and improve and change as well as learn in these international deployments. So Helen, if you don't mind, Chair, I'm going to hand over to Helen just to give you a wee bit more flavour. I think she might use a few slides as well, and then we'd be delighted to have a discussion, take any of your thoughts or comments or any questions at the end. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Helen, you got some slides to share?
Yes, thank you. I'll just bring them up on the screen. Oh. There we are. Sorry, can I just check? Can you see those okay?
Yes, I can see them.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to present to you today a short overview of Police Scotland's international development activity and our proposed future strategic direction as outlined in the paper. Just under a year ago, the Police Scotland International Academy was opened, focused on international development activity and bringing together differing strands of non-operational international work. We recognise that new opportunities will continue to arise within the international environment, but we are keen to enable prioritisation of work and focus to maximise our international contribution balanced against the wider organisational needs. We strive to ensure effort and resource is most effectively directed to best achieve the international aspirations of Police Scotland, which is aligned to the Scottish Government International Development Principles, whilst developing our own staff and officers, bringing benefit to people and communities here in Scotland. The three areas I wish to briefly cover is why we undertake international development activity, secondly, our strategy and our governance arrangements, and thirdly, an overview of key areas of work and opportunity for growth. So why? Since the establishment of Police Scotland, we've had the opportunity to develop a new operating platform within the international environment, looking out with Scotland and the UK and considering how we can contribute to improve global safety and security. Our approach involves reaching out to different corners of the world, supporting the prevention of crime at source and sharing best practice in order to help the stabilisation of communities beyond our boundaries, enabling us to contribute as a global citizen to support training, development and learning of other police services aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and supporting the development of policing, learning and innovation. As a national police service, Police Scotland is in a strong position to utilise the benefits of our national force to support the development of others in terms of capacity, approach and experience. One of the key areas of interest is in our policing purpose and how we deliver this, enshrined in legislation to improve the safety and well-being of communities, people and places. And it is this, along with our experience in police reform, organisational change, promoting human rights, protecting the vulnerable, gender equality, leadership development, along with many other areas where international interest is growing. We embed a human rights approach in our work, seeking to reduce inequality, ensure safeguarding and protection of the vulnerable. We recognise that policing challenges are interlinked and connected across the globe, and that criminality doesn't recognise borders. So playing our role in the development of policing services, tackling harm at source, assists in tackling international criminality that impacts here in Scotland, promoting global security and improving the safety and well-being. Through partnerships and collaborations, the work of the Academy aims to enable learning and innovation and development for the improvement of our own policing services and community engagement. This enables Police Scotland to promote the human rights agenda and values-based policing, whilst developing the skills and ability of our own workforce. By investing in developing in our own people, we can bring back learning to improve services here, but also assist with their own learning and development. And we are looking at ways to expand and increase opportunities. And it provides opportunity to enhance Police Scotland's global reputation as a global leader in policing and as a values-based service. Our work aligns to the Scottish Government International Development Principles and reflects the more recently published Scottish Government Global Affairs Framework aims, which includes the constructive contribution to addressing global challenges, contribute to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals at both national and global levels, a consistent focus on respect for human rights and the rule of law, and the rule of law is fundamental to international peace and security. So my second point just looks at our strategy and our approach. Launched in 2021, our strategy outlined 3 strategic outcomes. Firstly, the enhanced global opportunities to positively contribute to and deliver police training, development and support for the benefits of communities, policing services aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Secondly, establishing effective and productive partnership networks and working collaboratively with others who reflect our own values, enabling innovation and learning to explore new ways of working. And thirdly, the continued professional development of our own workforce, striving to increase the skills, knowledge and understanding of international communities to positively influence and share best practice, which can then be also reflected in our approach to policing for communities in Scotland. The International Development Unit is a small team that manages our programmes and facilitates events, partnerships and collaborations. We use subject experts from across the organisation when they are needed, utilising the 23,000 across, utilising the capability to pull in the subject experts from the 23,000 across the organisation. This enables us to be flexible and agile, minimising abstractions from core duties, but ensuring we are giving current relevant subject experts. We recognise the operational demands across the wider organisation, so we're keen to ensure that our approach minimises impact whilst enabling us to continue to deliver high quality, quality assured, bespoke programmes, building our reputation and impact. All of our programmes, we have full cost recovery, and the current budget in terms of our programme, of the unit, equates to 0.01% of the financial budget of the organisation. That's excluding officer costs, but including police staff costs. Moving on to scrutiny and governance, a recent review established new governance process to ensure transparent, concurrent and effective scrutiny of all our international work undertaken. The new governance process enables the appropriate degree of awareness and approval by the Scottish Police Authority and the Scottish Government, complying with legislative requirements whilst enabling concurrent consideration and improved management of risk at an early stage. So we carry out overseas security and justice assistance assessments for all of our international deployments, really looking at human rights situations within country and ensuring that we can take mitigating action to minimise any risks and ensure that our work aligns to the needs in terms of the programme and the country. We also complete international policing assistance brief as required for wider UK awareness of international development activity that is being undertaken, and complete equality and human rights impact assessment as well. In terms of approval, the work is taken to International Development Board and includes change of approval through the Scottish Police Authority and Scottish ministers as well. This ensures early assessment and ensures that sort of transparency of the work that we are undertaking. So to just touch on a few of our key areas of work and opportunities for growth. So in terms of our capacity and capability programs, we currently have 3 programs running. We've been working in Malawi since 2017, funded by the Scottish Government, and focused on improving the lives of those most vulnerable. Through strong partnership work, there have been improvements in services relating to child protection and victims of gender-based violence. In addition, we have supported the network of their computers and the development of a crime database. Some elements of this work have now been extended into Zambia. And recently the team returned to, following a break due to the COVID pandemic, we recently returned to commence our future programs of work, and just under development at the moment, looking at how we can support and train the policing service around supporting vulnerable victims, in particular of gender-based violence and child protection. So those are 2 of our programmes that we're currently undertaking, as I say, funded by the Scottish Government. The 3rd programme that we're undertaking at the moment is in Colombia. And this is funded through the Conflict Stability and Security Fund through the FCDO. And it's a programme that's managed by the United Nations International Organization for Migration. And the programme's work has been designed to support the peace building plan. So we have been engaged as strategic and technical advisors, strengthening the process to carry on 3 areas: to strengthen the process in relation to prevention, community-based peace crime prevention. Secondly, consolidating with the National Police on the rights-based approach to conflict transformation. And thirdly, supporting the mainstreaming of gender perspective within the police service. So they're very much focused on improving policing services for the 170 communities worst affected by the conflict. And our approach is very, very much to ensure that we are engaging with third sector organisations and Indigenous communities throughout this work. Positive engagement, as I say, is a key strand that runs through this work. And we strive to improve human rights within Colombia through supporting efforts to improve policing approaches. We've just concluded the initial programme of work within Colombia and currently under development in terms of the future contract. We recognise that whilst Colombia presents a challenging operating environment, the fundamental purpose of supporting the delivery of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals with Colombia is evident. And there's been a high level of positive engagement from the Colombian police and feedback from the British Embassy and FCDO. Our future work will continue to be fully governed and risk assessed, and we are developing a strong network of contacts across NGOs and human rights groups so that we can include to engage with them to ensure wider assessment and mitigation of risk. Moving on to a second area of focus is our partnerships and collaborations. We have a number of those across the globe. I'll start with mentioning, as DCC Kerr referenced before, the FBI, and we last week hosted the National Executive Institute at Tully Island. We're now exploring future ways to continue to roll out approach to training and research with the FBI. A second programme is in collaboration with the Police Executive Research Forum, and we've recently concluded the first programme of the International Collaboration on Policing Masterclass. This looked at exploring legitimacy and public trust, bringing together 12 superintendents from Police Scotland and 12 US equivalents to explore this topic, and they through virtual and in-person events. And this resulted in a presentations looking at ways to deliver continuous improvement. We also have an officer currently deployed in Australia working with the AFP as part of the Global Leadership Police Exchange, developing a global leadership programme. In addition, we have a collaborative approach with Police Berlin, enhancing training, looking at ways to enhance training for de-escalation and response to dealing with individuals in mental health crisis. One final bit of work that I'll just mention is working in partnership with the Global Law Enforcement and Public Health Association, GLEFA, enabling the sharing of research and innovation to support a focus on prevention and public health approaches to policing. So for one example, in May 2022, we ran an international seminar, look at examining responses to drugs deaths to enable opportunities for learning internationally. So finally, to touch on opportunities for strategic growth. So in addition to the programmes that I've covered, we'll continue to explore opportunities for international training and support aligned to supporting values-based policing, global security and the development of policing communities internationally, aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In terms of partnerships and collaborations, we will continue to look to build strong and effective partnerships where there's mutually beneficial opportunities to work with those who reflect our own value. Some of the points under discussion include further work within the USA, looking at de-escalation, public trust and confidence, building strategic relationships across the UK and wider internationally. In addition to that, we are developing our study visits, enabling people to come and learn here in Scotland, to share their own approaches, looking at themes aligned to priorities here in Scotland, including drugs-related deaths, public health approaches, prevention and equality. And finally, looking at ways to develop further training, research and innovation opportunities. One new programme of work that we're recently developing is to work with the Norwegian Police Service, looking to buddy up officers here in Scotland with Norwegian officers that are undertaking their bachelor degrees, looking at specific topics and enabling international learning and shared experience to support and develop new thinking and innovative approaches. So I've outlined the next key steps that we will continue to work towards. And as outlined in the paper, we're just looking at developing our sort of marketing strategy, enhancing organisational awareness, ensuring robust monitoring and evaluation framework, and also building our engagement through human rights groups. So we will continue to evaluate the impact and monitor the work as we continue to do that and striving to work where we can make that positive difference. Thank you very much, and I'll welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Are there any questions from board members? I'm just going to ask, all right, Katerina and then Tom Halpin. Katerina first.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Superintendent Harrison. I thought it was an absolutely fascinating presentation. I really enjoyed reading the paper, so I'm fully supportive behind the strategy. I'm a big believer in actually looking far wider than just sort of our own little pool to get new ideas. And to share, so it always works both ways. I suppose that the learning is whenever you take something to somebody else, you always get that back, and sometimes quite in a much greater degree. So really supportive of this. If I could just sort of if I could just be a little bit kind of picky. I'm just really interested in how do you measure the impact, and again, I appreciate it's very difficult when it comes to something like this, but you did allude to this a little bit at the end that you will be monitoring the impact and the success. And I think, particularly as we're moving into an environment where budgets will be squeezed, and we heard about this at length earlier in the session, I would just be really interested in terms of, should we ever be faced with a challenge around, well, but how do you budget, how do you fund all of this? It would just be really good if you could kind of talk a little bit about how do you measure impact, how do you measure success, how do you measure impact? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question, and I think it's one of the things that we're really working towards as we develop our new programs coming out of the COVID pandemic, because we're really clear that we're very much aligned to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and there's clear kind of outcomes that we make sure that the work that we're delivering is measuring towards those. But to be really clear in each of the pieces of work, what we're then expecting the outcome to be and how we're going to measure and evaluate that. So each of the programs obviously have their own slightly different, they're each bespoke to the needs of the country, so they each have their slightly different approach. But as I say, really developing that framework so we make sure it's in place before we go out to deliver it, so that we can have that accurate reflection and assessment of the work that we carry out, and then also find ways that we can then make sure that that's transparently reported in terms of the delivery of that work. The current leadership programs that I touched on in terms of ICOP, that's currently, that pilot is under evaluation at the moment. We set out clearly that the aims and objectives of that program were, and as I say, we're just measuring and evaluating that in terms of the outcome at the moment. So I guess it's a bit of a developing process around it, but I'll give you that reassurance that we're really clear when we commence any program that makes sure we set out the outcomes that we are aiming to achieve, and then we accurately measure and reflect on those.
Thank you.
Thank you. Katrina Stewart and Tom Halpin. Katrina.
Thank you. Yes, really fascinating report. And as you know, I mean, I enjoyed a lovely afternoon at Tullyallen last year, organised by UDCC Care, not long after the Academy had opened, actually, and I thought it was fascinating. I think this is really important work. I was also going to ask about evaluation, and so you've answered that. But in any case, I would like to say how much I welcome that you emphasise that point about establishing a clear framework for monitoring and evaluating the work. So the very small question really, which was about, you talk about providing academic accreditation to some of the theme study visits that you're planning, and I just wondered if you could tell me a wee bit more about how you're hoping to do that.
Yep. So, yep. Thank you very much. So yes, through the quality assurance unit, what we're looking to do is make sure that we always quality assure the work that we're doing and see where there is opportunity. When working within the international environment, what you need to do is to make sure that anything that we're delivering is then kind of relevantly can be translated or transferred in terms of that academic. So we're certainly exploring the ways. Currently, there are some of the courses that previously been delivered that are being refreshed to make sure that we get the academic qualification around it. So we work with the quality assurance unit in terms of being able to deliver that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Halpin.
Thanks very much, Helen. As you know, that we spoke at the Parliament yesterday. There's basically 5 broad tests that the board applies, and for people, things like that people involved in this are doing so voluntarily. You know, we're not compelling people to go and work overseas, and the deployments are subject to you hear it mentioned frequently, the Overseas Security and Justice Assessment, the OSJA, which is it's a very in-depth and in-country analysis. Importantly, one of our tests is that we, if whenever possible, engage with an in-country civil society partner, just to give a sense of that, the sort of safeguarding of our position that we're doing good as opposed to our own agenda. Could you give us some flavour of what type of who these civil society partners are?
Yep, so certainly that's been a kind of key part of the programme in Colombia, and very much linked in and engaged with different sort of human rights groups there, both in country. There's 4 or 5 at the moment that we're kind of meeting with and discussing with, sharing our approaches to the work in Colombia, and then really kind of linking in terms of responses to that, and then also just looking more widely about who we could who we could work with. That's in particular in terms of some of the Zambia and Malawi work as well.
Thank you. Paul Eadie, and I'd like to stop this at 11:30 if I could. Paul.
Yeah, I thought the presentation was excellent, and I think the direction of travel I'm very supportive of. I'm very much a strong internationalist. But can I just ask, did I hear the Chief correctly in his remarks earlier when he said you'd been approached by the organisers of the World Cup in order to write? Is that this World Cup coming up, or the one in the United States, Canada and Mexico? Because this World Cup's in Qatar, and I would have thought that hands down failed the human rights test, the stuff I'm reading in the press about people being locked up for 7 years for having consensual sex, and that's before you get to issues about equalities and women's rights. Presumably, if it's this World Cup, would be saying thanks, but maybe next time.
Yeah, I presumed it was this time. I'm going to have to check with Mark Hargreaves, Paul, to give you a very definitive, specific answer. And I absolutely take the challenge back to us on that point as well. It was a very bespoke ask that went into Mark Hargreaves as the Silver for COP26, which was very much around major event management, which of course includes all the issues you've just raised as well. But any conversation we have with any party will always be subject to an assessment on the issues that you raise, so we don't lean into these things lightly at all.
Right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any final comments on this agenda item that you wish to make, Will?
No, thank you. Not for me, just in case the Chief wants to make any closing comments, but none for me. Thank you.
Chief Constable.
No, thank you. I mean, Paul, it'll probably be FIFA that the engagement would be in terms of processes and procedures for the safety of everyone that's attending, and whether the World Cup should be going to Qatar or not is a broader issue than for us. But the wider issue in terms of the work we're doing, I think, is absolutely central to our purpose and mission. We need to be expansive. We need to be outward looking. As I've said a number of times, you know, the dangers of some police services and some organisations is that they think all the answers lie within their own environment or indeed within their own sphere of consciousness. So constantly challenging ourselves, I think, is the right thing to do. We do have an offer, but there's an awful lot to learn coming in, as Katerina, I think, alluded to as well. So the need to make sure that we're doing it on an ethical basis, that we properly evaluate it is a robust one. We're very, very conscious of that because that is the challenge that comes in. And I think we're grateful for the role of the authority in supporting us in that and in challenging us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation, Superintendent Harrison. Very useful. Just one plea from me, not to reinvent the wheel about impact assessment. There's many international organisations have been struggling with this and being successful. I would like us to be really clear that we're working in partnership with them because they will help us understand the proportionality of impact assessment and measurement, and I'd like to see that through some of the groups that exist in Scotland, so lean into those. So very interesting, and thank you for Will and Tom and you, Helen, for attending Parliament yesterday to open this up to a wider public debate, which it always will be. So what I'd like to do now is I'd like to take a 15-minute break. If you could leave Teams open, but switch off your microphone and your camera, and we'll come back at 11:45. Thank you very much. item 9, which is the SPA Chief Executive's report. I'm going to ask Chief Executive Lynn Brown to introduce her report.
Thank you, Chair. The report covers 3 issues. The first is the resource spending review, which was announced in May by the Scottish Government, and both yourself, Chair, and the Chief Constable have referred to this earlier in the meeting. The key issue is that all budget assumptions to date have been based on real terms of protection over the lifetime of this Parliament. However, the spending review is flat cash and as such requires a significant reconsideration of our financial strategy, and this work has started. In relation to the strategic police plan, there is a requirement for it to be set, reviewed, and if necessary, refreshed every 3 years. And collaborative work between the authority and Police Scotland is ongoing and will include extensive consultation before the authority considers the plan covering 2023 to 26 at its meeting in September. Finally, the SPA were pleased to host the most recent Scottish Railways Policing Committee at our office in Glasgow. The authority was represented by board members Tom Halpin and Mary Caithley, and the appendix to my report sets out the issues covered at the meeting. Thank you, Chair, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Executive. Any questions for the Chief Executive on her report? Okay, thank you very much indeed. There's no questions on that. Can I go on to item 10, which is the drug driving update? This is a report submitted by the Director of Forensic Services, Director Fiona Douglas. Director Douglas, I wonder if you could introduce your report for us.
Thank you, Chair. My report sets out the circumstances that have led to 386 cases exceeding the statutory time limit and therefore unable to progress to prosecution in relation to drugs driving offences. This is as a result of the impact of sustained demand for drugs driving testing and analysis combined with capacity pressures. The new drugs driving offence was created in October of 2019, and to support its introduction, analysis capability was established to process 1,000 cases per year, which was the anticipated level of demand. Actual demand has been consistently more than double what was estimated by all partners across the justice system. It's clear that drugs driving is more prevalent on the roads of Scotland than anyone anticipated. Since its introduction, Forensic Services has been working hard to increase internal capacity through investment in additional instrumentation and accommodation, continuous improvement and training of staff. This has resulted in a 50% increase in laboratory capacity. However, the capacity within our laboratory has still not been sufficient to meet the levels of demand. In order to support delivery of service, samples have been outsourced to external commercial accredited forensic providers in England. This outsourcing has been funded by the Scottish Government at Forensic Services' request. Despite the combination of outsourcing and the growth in internal laboratory capacity, which has delivered analysis of more than 5,600 samples, this has been insufficient to meet the ongoing demand. As a result, a backlog has grown over the past 2 years, causing cases to age prior to analysis. This situation has been discussed regularly at the Forensic Services Committee. During the second lockdown of the pandemic last year, demand further increased, peaking at over 300 samples per month, and it is some of these cases that have been impacted as they have not been able to be reported in advance of the 12-month statutory time limit. This is deeply regrettable, and I would like to apologise and reassure the public and our partners that our laboratory staff are working tirelessly and remain committed to processing samples in a timely manner. Forensic Services, Police Scotland and the Crown Office are working closely together to manage this situation and to ensure that the risk of any further instances of cases reaching the statutory time limit is minimised. The backlog of drugs driving cases is continuing to reduce, and I anticipate the position will have recovered to a more acceptable position by the end of August this year. In addition to this, Scottish Government have provided £370,000 of additional funding to support outsourcing for the remainder of this financial year. This will allow further reduction of the backlog and provide the much needed headroom for process improvement, method development and training of new staff. From Monday of next week, I will be chairing a multi-agency improvement group to consider system-wide process improvement, which will consider the findings of the detailed analysis of these 386 cases and target specific areas for improvement across all partners. I welcome and fully support the review that Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary in Scotland will be undertaking to consider the end-to-end process for obtaining, analysing and reporting these types of cases. And I'm committed, alongside our partners, to delivering improvements identified in our working group as the review is ongoing. In April, a report was produced following a working group led by Forensic Services with colleagues from Police Scotland, the Crown Office and Scottish Government. It sets out options for a long-term sustainable model for toxicology analysis, and this is currently being considered by Scottish Government. I will continue to report performance, risk and progress to the Forensic Services Committee, with the next meeting being on the 8th of August. That concludes my report. I would like to reiterate my apology for this situation and the impact that this will have on public confidence in the services that we provide. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Fiona Douglas, Director of Forensic Services. Can I open it up to questions from board members, please? Fiona McQueen.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Fiona, for that. And I know the Forensics Committee is having intense scrutiny of this. There were a number of things, but two questions I have for you. You've set out, an understanding of the drug driving offences, but I'm wondering in terms of decisions to outsource, and if you could say a bit more about that from, if we're breaching the 12 months, when along that 12-month pathway did you have an understanding that we were going to be breaching the 12 months, and what steps did you take to outsource, and could you have outsourced earlier?
Thank you very much for the question, Fiona. There are a number of factors that influence the outsourcing of cases that we can undertake. It's primarily dependent on the funding available and the capacity in the commercial providers. So the available capacity within the marketplace is influenced primarily by also the demand from policing in England and Wales, who have also experienced a high level of demand for toxicology analysis in relation to drugs driving offences. So this does put some restrictions around our outsourcing. These include the overall number of cases that we can outsource, the number we can send per month, and also the type and complexity of the cases that we can send. It's not possible for us to outsource cases that have already been started. So the decision to outsource a case has to be made at the very first stage of the process, which is prior to us taking a subsample and freezing it within the laboratory, which has to be done fairly quickly to make sure that that sample doesn't degrade. So we have to make decisions to outsource very early in the process, and the number of cases that we can outsource is dependent on those complex factors.
Okay, that's helpful. And we've talked before about your new operational structure that I think is out for consultation and dialogue with staff. So there's two things. Have you taken this issue into account when looking at your new structure? And would there be a change in the time limit of 12 months prior to prosecution coming back down to 6? And what mitigations have you made within your future plans to support that?
So our new operating model for forensic services was subject to a full business case, which was approved by the authority last year. So within that new operating model, we have accounted for the increase in demand for toxicology analysis associated with the drugs driving cases. So there is a growth in capacity in this area of 9 posts, which will bring us up to the level of the current demand that we are experiencing. So it goes some way towards being a longer term solution. However, Police Scotland certainly have an ambition to increase their use of roadside drugs testing, which will have a subsequent increase in the analysis required within the laboratory. So that's where the options which have been produced and are being considered by Scottish Government come in terms of the further rollout and implementation of the legislation and the development of a long-term sustainable model for the analysis of these samples.
So I'm not sure that I'm hearing, Fiona, if Police Scotland were to sample as many people that they wanted to from a drugs driving point of view, would you have the capacity to turn that around within the legislative requirements of 6 or 12 months?
With just the increase in capacity within the new operating model, no, we would not have sufficient capacity to be able to manage the full ambition of Police Scotland that Police Scotland have with regards to the use of the roadside testing. That would result in a more than double increase based on our existing demand. So the new operating model goes as far as the existing level of demand and not beyond that. So we would need to consider a further changes in ways of working, instrument capacity and also staff in order to meet that ambition.
Okay, but you're keeping that under constant review so that you can respond positively to the requirements.
We've got really collaborative working arrangements with both Police Scotland and the Crown and Scottish Government to look at what the future ambition could be, how that then reflects on demand, and then the response that the laboratory needs to make to be able to undertake the analysis within the statutory timeframes, and also to provide a much faster service in the future.
That's great. Thanks, Fiona. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Alistair Hay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report, Fiona. I welcome the fact that there is a working group, and this working group examines why we are where we are, because it is a whole systems that has to be looked at. That you'll implement improvements ongoing, and also welcome the fact that the HMI is going to do that end-to-end piece of work. But you mentioned in your report there that you felt that you would have recovered to a more acceptable position by the end of August of this year. What do you mean by that? Does that mean the backlog will be taken care of and we won't be back in that position? What did you mean by that statement?
Okay, thank you, Alistair. So what I mean by that is that we will have recovered to a point where the Police Scotland and the Crown Office do not need to take extraordinary measures to ensure that the statutory time limit is not breached. So at the moment we're having to work very closely, and there's a lot of additional work to ensure that cases that are reported late, but still within the statutory timeframes can be progressed. So by October, we will have reduced the age of the cases being reported to around 10 months, and that will allow Police Scotland and the Crown to revert to more normal working practices. Clearly, 10 months is not where I would want our analysis timeframes to be. And we will see further reduction of that through the remainder of the financial year through the additional outsourcing that's been undertaken and working through the backlog of cases which was caused by that peak in demand back 12 to 15 months ago.
Okay, just to be clear, are we talking the end of August or are we talking October, I think?
The end of August, by the end of August, we will have recovered our position to reporting cases at around 10 months, and that will allow Police Scotland and the Crown to revert to more normal working practices.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. I think we'll come back to that, Fiona, but Jane Ryder.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, I very much welcome this short-term remedial. As the Chair referred to earlier, it's absolutely right that Forensic Services conducts its own short-term remedial while we have the more medium-term of HMICS looking end-to-end, and indeed that long-term sustainability model. I very much welcome that. Could I just get some clarity on, we have numbers, 5,300 and odd, but you refer at 1.6 to the examination process having a high degree of complexity. So perhaps without a full technical description, just to explain why it's more complex to analyse these and how that impacts on examination times compared to other cases that you have, because you're making quite a feature of this.
Sure. So to simplify the analysis process as far as I can, when the blood sample is received into the laboratory, we would take a subsample of that and we would freeze that for scientific reasons. So it's at that very early stage where the decision to outsource the case happens. Once we have a subsample, that's then prepared for extraction. And it goes on to an instrument that undertakes that extraction. So we batch samples together, around about 12 samples per batch, and it takes about a day for those blood samples to go through the instrument and for the drugs to be extracted from the blood. Following on from that, then there's a further instrument that will detect the type of drugs within that extract. And then the type of analysis is dependent on the outcome of the roadside test, the charge, and therefore there's a panel of drugs which would be analysed on that instrument. That then produces a set of results, and those results are then looked at by the scientists to check that they meet the required quality standards, and then they will go through and look at the instrument outputs and identify what drugs may be present in that sample. They will apply scientific principles to that, and they will determine if that level of that drug in that blood sample is over the legal limit. That will then be reported within the case. In reality, there are subsequent processes. If that result is negative, then there are further panels of drugs that are looked at in order to identify any potential drugs in the blood sample that has been sent in. So that whole processing route is complex, but from a most simple perspective, that is how the process operates within forensic services.
And how is that much more complex, as you say here, than compared with more traditional drink driving analysis? What I'm getting at that simplistic level, and I appreciate I am understanding it as a simplistic level, how long should that take? It doesn't sound as though it should take an extraordinarily long time, sufficient to have resulted in this backlog, shall we say?
The analysis in a drink driving a sample it takes around about a third of the time. So you're looking for just alcohol within a sample, whereas in drug driving analysis, you're looking in a Section 5A case, it's 17 different drugs. So there's a lot more information that you're considering. Plus, if that panel is negative in a Section 4 case, you would be doing further analysis of lots of different types of controlled substances to again identify whether that is present within the blood sample. So the alcohol analysis is relatively straightforward in comparison with the drugs driving analysis. The end-to-end process time, if you consider just the hands-on time and the instrument runtime, is around about 5 days in the most straightforward drugs driving case. The issue around the age of the cases that we're currently reporting is that they are sitting in a backlog prior to the analysis happening. And that is as a result of the capacity within the laboratory to be able to complete those cases and the level of demand that we are experiencing for the analysis.
Right. So I think what you're saying is the issue is, although it is more complex, the issue is not the runtime, but the end-to-end process and all of the stages. Yes, thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Jane. I got Grant McCrae, then Katharina Casper. Grant.
Thanks, Chair. Fiona, thank you very much for your report. Could I just clarify one aspect of the outsourcing aspect of it? I had understood that there was a certain amount of capacity, but I didn't realise it was being capped up and down the country, really, because of the growing demand. Does that really mean that, in practical terms, the solution going forward is going to have to be our in-house capacity to deal with really everything, with very limited option to use outsourcing, or have I got that wrong?
So in England and Wales, when the legislation was introduced back in 2015, there was a similar issue with regards to the demand for analysis and the capacity within the commercial forensic science providers to undertake that. So the National Police Chiefs Council put measures in place to restrict the amount of analysis that was required. Since then, the commercial providers have invested significantly in developing additional capacity for analysis of these types of samples. There are no longer any restrictions in terms of the submissions from police forces in England and Wales for analysis within those laboratories, so that the demand within England and Wales will grow over time. At the moment, we are able to access that capacity within England and Wales because there is an excess of capacity in comparison to how the demand is recovering since those measures were put in place a few years ago. So it is fair to say that that is a position that may impact on our ability to be able to outsource all of the cases that we may wish to moving forward. And we're working very closely with the commercial providers in England and Wales to establish a clear contract and to understand what our requirements may be moving forward. But it is a risk that the capacity within the market may not be sufficient to offset the capacity that we have internally within forensic services to meet that demand from Police Scotland.
Right, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. So presumably in the work that you're doing to look at different options going forward, you're looking at the different scenarios of different levels of demand and likely increasing demands at different levels going forward on a sort of short, medium, long-term basis?
Yes, we've developed options in conjunction with Police Scotland and the Crown Office to consider how the demand may increase over the next few years. I think there is more work to be done to look at that demand and to understand how other measures might impact upon that. But we have options developed that assess different levels of demand and what that could look like in terms of either growing internal capacity within the laboratory or a combination of growth of internal capacity and continued outsourcing. So we need to consider those different scenarios to make sure that we can mitigate that risk of the changes in the utilisation of the marketplace capacity in England and Wales.
Right. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you. Katharina Casper.
Thank you very much, Fiona, for the report and for this analysis now that you've just outlined as well. Just two things that I wanted to clarify, particularly when it comes to the backlog. So my first kind of question relates to, obviously, you have alluded to there is a backlog of cases. And as you are changing your working methods to kind of work through and identifying the cases that are at a high level of priority, there are new cases that are coming into the system. So as we are working quite actively to prioritize and reduce, there's more that's kind of coming in. So I was just hoping that you might be able to give me a little bit of assurance around how is that demand being managed. So, so obviously, is the backlog, is it growing, or are we actually working through that, or are we just prioritizing the cases that really need to be prioritized because they're a bit more urgent? So that's kind of my first question I'm trying to get my head around. And the second, I suppose, part of that, and I do think that relates to that as well, is I know you alluded to in your presentation that actually some of the cases that are coming to us, to forensic services, are already kind of aged to some degree. So some of the statutory time limit has already been taken in the background before they come to us. And again, I was just wondering, to what degree is that within, to what degree does it form part of the problem, and to what degree do we have a sense of control over that, or how are we working with our partners to manage some of that? So I do think both of them are kind of linked. So if you could maybe just give me a little bit of assurance around that, thank you.
Sure. So if I take your second question first, I think the analysis of the 386 cases is giving us for the first time a picture of what that end-to-end milestones within that process look like. Clearly, that's a subset of cases that have passed the statutory time limit, so perhaps isn't representative of the standard submissions within the laboratory over a period. But it does highlight areas where I think we can look collectively across the system at improvement. One of those areas is the submission of the samples from Police Scotland to forensic services, and we will work within the improvement group to look at how we can reduce that overall time scale and also look at some of the outliers and understand perhaps some of the reasons for that. So I think that's an important piece of work. With regards to the backlog, it is reducing. It's reduced by 50% since its peak, but we are dealing with this peak of demand from 12 to 15 months ago, which is coming through just now, and that is why we have had a period of higher risk with regards to this issue over the past few months. Cases will continue to come in. The unit that is processing the drug striving samples also undertakes other toxicology examinations, including criminal toxicology work, including spiking cases, for example. So cases are prioritised within the unit. Within the drugs driving samples that come in, priority is given to fatalities, to repeat offenders, for example, and spiking cases are started as soon as they are received into forensic services, so they jump straight to the top of the queue. So we do manage carefully the priorities of each individual case, and we ensure that we are processing samples as effectively as we can, given that we are in this backlog situation, to minimise the risk that we will see any further instances of cases meeting that statutory timeframe.
It's really helpful. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Jane, you still got your hand up? Paul Eady.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As Fiona McQueen said, the Forensics Committee will be scrutinising this much more intensely than we're able to do today. To that end, I've already submitted a couple of dozen questions to the Director, some of which have already been answered this afternoon, or this morning rather. But I just want to pick up on one or two things from the Director's responses and remarks. The first thing is, you talk about peak of demand being about 15 months ago. Does that mean we're going to have more samples time barred in the next few weeks?
There continues to be a risk that cases may exceed the statutory time limit, but we are working every day with colleagues in Roads Policing in Police Scotland and with the Crown Office to take those extraordinary measures to ensure as far as possible that no further cases do exceed that statutory timeframe. However, it remains a risk until we recover the position to around about 10 months, which is predicted to be towards the end of August. So we have a period between now and then where we have to take these extraordinary measures to manage that risk.
And do you have any estimate for roughly how many may end up being time barred?
I don't, Paul, I'm afraid. We will be reporting cases that are less aged every day. But the decision as to whether a case exceeds the statutory time limit, it depends on what happens after we provide the result to Police Scotland, and then when Police Scotland report that result to the Crown, and then when the Crown initiate proceedings.
Grand. You mentioned instrument capacity, and I think there's a couple of instruments in the chain, the process chain. How many instruments are you using, or how many different of each, in terms of that chain? Because I think the report makes reference to sourcing additional instrumentation in order to ramp up capacity in the past.
That's right. So we have two main instruments at the start of the process that do the extraction of the drug samples from blood. Then we have three further instruments which undertake different panels of drugs analysis, one focused on cannabis, the other two are focused on the remaining drugs within the Section 5A drugs panel. Then we have another instrument that looks at a wider set of drugs, over 80 drugs. So those are the main instruments that are involved within the process.
Right. And in terms of ramping up capacity in the future, firstly, how many more of these instruments would you need? And how long is it likely to take, and why would it take that amount of time?
I think there are a number of factors within that that need to be considered. And by and large, I would say that the instrument capacity that we have is not the rate determining step with regards to the process as it currently stands. The rate determining step is the reporting and the scientific analysis of the outputs of the instruments as opposed to the instruments themselves. So broadly speaking, the instrument runtime takes a day or a day and a half, depending on the complexity of the drugs panel that's being looked at. It's then the output from those instruments, the analysis, the reporting of those cases, and then the further sequential analysis that happens dependent on the result of the instrument from the instrument, that may determine further testing that happens on an individual case. So there are a number of things with regards to increasing capacity. They can look at working practices within the laboratory. So if it takes a day, then we could look at shift working. We can look at increasing instruments or moving analysis from one instrument to another. That may allow us to take processing runtime. We're also able to focus on improving the reliability of the instrument platforms that we do have. So there are a number of different factors that need to be considered around growing capacity. By and large, though, I would say that the instrument capacity is not the limiting factor at this stage.
Okay, thanks for that. The next question I've got, or sequence of them, around time limits. The time limits are set by law. Is that just from roadside to prosecution, or are there time limits within those stages, like how long it takes police to hand on to us samples and us to COPFS?
The statutory limit is from the incident date through to the start of criminal proceedings. Within that process, clearly Police Scotland have a part to play at the start. Then forensic services undertake analysis. We provide the result to Police Scotland, and Police Scotland report that to the Crown, and the Crown initiate proceedings. So within each stage of that process, I think there's an agreement between the different partners as to how much time each needs to be able to undertake that part of the process. It's not documented at this stage, and I think that's an area that we would look at for improvement as part of the working group.
Yeah, so at the time the Crown Office needs to process the results of the analysis, how long is that?
2 months.
2 months. And is that 2 months because we've been going through COVID and they've been having staff down, or is that 2 months normally? Would it be 2 months, for example, for a drunk driving case?
I can't answer that, Paul. I think that question would be best directed to the Crown Office. I'm not sure of what their processes are from when they receive the report from Police Scotland to when they initiate the proceedings.
So if this was to return to 6 months as the time limit, statutorily speaking, we'd need to get this all turned around within 4 months maximum.
That's my assumption, yes.
Right. Okay. I think that's all my questions for the time being, Chair, apart from, again, to reassure you that the Forensics Committee will be looking at this very intensely over the next few weeks.
Thank you, Paul. Are there any other questions from board members? Can I just press you on this, Fiona? The 386 that cannot be progressed to prosecution, I think you haven't been clear, and maybe you can't be clear, about the numbers that may emerge over the next 2 months, or that can't, additional numbers that can't be progressed to prosecution. Is that right? You cannot assure us about that.
I cannot provide you with a number of cases that may not be able to proceed to prosecution over the coming months. Those 386 cases are since the inception of the legislation. So that's 386 cases since 2020 that have been unable to proceed to prosecution.
I think what the board would press you on, and it's implicit in what Katharina and others and Paul have been asking you, is that all the mitigations and priorities at the moment should be focused on actually not having any cases. And all the mitigations you talked about, shift working and so forth, absolutely should be in place. There'll be a question from Paul's committee about why they weren't in place already. And the other one, which was implicit in Katharina's questions, if you got new cases now, why can't they be outsourced immediately? I'm not asking for an answer to that immediately, but in order to deal with this, we have to actually give some space clearly to the opened cases, which you can't outsource, this backlog. So at the moment, I think the priority for the board is for you to give us an assurance, which I think is implicit in what you're saying, that every possible scientific and management effort is being made to not have further from the 386. And the assurance you're giving us about the medium term is welcome, but I think we need clarity and real focus over the coming weeks of those numbers. So I have asked to meet you on a very regular basis. I'm meeting on the 11th of July with Paul, the Chief Executive, to go through this. I'm going to ask you to meet you on a very regular basis to do this and to report. And is anything else you could tell us? Because I think the board is quite clear that this has been a serious failure. I welcome your apology. I think that is really, really strong to do this. I have huge regard for forensic services. I just want you to spend every sinew over the next weeks eliminating any possibility, if you possibly can, of cases not being progressed to prosecution within your power.
I can absolutely provide you with the assurance, Martin, that I'm doing absolutely everything, as are the staff within forensic services, doing absolutely everything to reduce the chance that any further cases will not proceed to prosecution. So all of the focus of the organisation is on ensuring that that does not happen. And as well, I would like to comment that Police Scotland and the Crown Office have been taking extraordinary measures with forensic services to make sure that that also does not happen. So that is a regular, almost daily discussion between colleagues in roads policing, forensic services and the Crown Office to manage this risk on behalf of the whole system.
And I've got two more things. One is we need an analysis of 386. I think you're indicating you have a much better analysis. We need that urgently. We need the partners to agree what that analysis is and what their characteristics are in terms of time. So can we get that off your desk and to us as quickly as possible? And the other one is a broader point, which Tom Halpin made at the last board meeting, which I don't want to say this actually in any way excuses what has been happening, but there is, as you indicated at the beginning, the prevalence of drug driving in our society is far wider than we anticipated, far wider. And I've asked Craig Naylor from the HMIC to look at, if he can do, beyond just policing our way out of this, the analysis, actually what are the social interventions that can be made as we try to make them in drink driving. And there's some good discussions going on at the UK level about this, but not the solutions, but actually the challenge. So I'm not saying this is in your domain directly, Fiona, but I will be relying on you as our Director of Forensic Services to actually contribute to that wider debate. But my primary concern is you focus on no more than 386, which is, as you've acknowledged, an unacceptable number not to proceed to prosecution. Are there any final comments on this item? Thank you for the presentation, Fiona, and thank you for the work. And I do really rely on you and your team to find a really quick solution to this, and we'll be taking this up on a weekly basis, if not more frequently. So thank you very much for that. Can I come to item 11, which is Workforce Wellbeing Annual Report? This is in 3 parts, and I know the first part is going to be led by DCC Fiona Taylor. Would you want to take this part by part, DCC Taylor?
Chair, I think, well, obviously, whatever works best for the board, but I think we are content to work through the papers and then perhaps take any questions at the end.
I would like that, if you wouldn't mind, if we go one by one through and then ask the board to hold to the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I will highlight a few points in this first paper, which is our 6-monthly update on EDI, and then I will pass over to Director Helliker, to Jude, to provide more detail around the workforce and wellbeing reports, which form part of this agenda item. So, Chair, work continues at pace within Police Scotland to deliver against our equality, diversity and inclusion ambitions. A clear commitment, and I will rehearse this commitment again on behalf of the Chief Constable, that Police Scotland will become an actively anti-racist police service, and that the Chief has reinforced his clear message that racist, misogynistic or discriminatory views will not be tolerated in policing, and that discrimination of any kind has no place in society. The oversight of the activity which is carried on within Police Scotland, strategic oversight, is exercised through our Strategic Oversight Board, which sits quarterly, which is chaired by myself, but which importantly reports into our Strategic Leadership Board, which is chaired by the Chief Constable. The Strategic Oversight Board gives us the opportunity to draw together and to prioritise EDI activity across our organisation, and it seeks to identify gaps and opportunities to advance EDI, and Jude will pick up on some of those issues, I'm sure, when she delivers her reports shortly. It's important, I think, to make members aware that in order to facilitate Police Scotland's work around sex equality and tackling misogyny, and again we referred to that earlier on today, a Short Life Working Group, which is chaired by DCC Malcolm Graham, has been formed, and it reports also into our Strategic Oversight Board. In order to ensure that we have a focus on outcomes, we have developed a 6-monthly performance report, which is presented and scrutinised at the Oversight Board, and which will form, as we go forward, part of the organisational-wide performance report, which is scrutinised by the Policing Performance Committee, as we again discussed earlier on this morning. Complementary to that element of performance management, and I'll come back to this shortly in a wee bit more detail, is an action tracker, which sits alongside our force-wide equality, diversity and inclusion action plan. As I say, I will come back to that in a few moments. We are in the process, as members will be aware, of developing an equality, diversity and inclusion strategy. Again, this will assist us to set out the clear strategic direction for EDI and the service's ambition in that respect. The strategy is currently being developed collaboratively. There is extensive engagement ongoing across the organisation. I'm very grateful to the support, in fact, the leadership which Tom McMahon and his team are offering in the development of the strategy, and that is currently undergoing some final sort of internal sort of scrutiny with the Chief Constable before it goes back out for wider consultation. As I say, this strategy will set out clearly and unambiguously the culture that our organisation wants, and what our people can expect of us and what we can expect of them. I have, as I say, previously spoken about our Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Action Plan, which is an absolutely key tenet of the work that we're taking forward. Its genesis was from a series of focus groups with underrepresented colleagues across the organisation. Myself and other executive officers hosted a series of Truth to Power sessions. Very, very powerful. They were very, very powerful sessions, and they have enabled us to derive 4 separate diversity action plans: BME, Joint Disability and Carers, LGBTI, and Religion and Belief. These have now been integrated into a separate plan, and the separate plan's been integrated into a single plan, and ACC Steve Johnson is our strategic lead to ensure delivery of those actions. Again, this will come as no surprise to board members. A key focus for us at the moment is on continuous professional development of our colleagues, ourselves and our colleagues across the organisation, and clearly that includes ongoing training and development. We are looking to create a number of key leadership training and development opportunities. These include Your Leadership Matters, which was delivered for our top 250 leaders across the organisation in June and July last year. It was very well evaluated, and we are now looking to roll out a much bigger programme of leadership development for our top 5,000 leaders, police officers and police staff in Police Scotland and the Scottish Police Authority in the early autumn this year. The Chief mentioned earlier on this morning that we perhaps have missed the opportunity historically since the inception of Police Scotland to provide the really high quality leadership development that our people need. And this is our opportunity as we go into the autumn to start to deliver that to a mass audience. 5,000 people is a lot of people. But these are our key leaders. Even more significantly, I think, at the moment, and this resonates with the commitment that the Chief Constable gave in his opening statement to the public inquiry into the tragic death of Sheku Bayo. And it also resonates with some of the observations which were made by the Police Service of Northern Ireland in the report that the Chief Constable commissioned for them in the wake of the recent employment tribunal. We are committed to developing a programme of equality, diversity and inclusion training, which will be delivered in person to every member of Police Scotland, police officers and police staff. As colleagues will appreciate, this is a massive undertaking. We are in the early stages of scoping what this programme might look like, and clearly I want to have the right team at the centre of this exercise to ensure that this programme is absolutely fit for purpose and that it's to use a cliche, game changer as far as Police Scotland is concerned in terms of our aspirations for our culture and organisational values. In addition, we have a number of complementary and supporting online EDI packages in development at the moment. Finally, Chair, I would like to focus on recruitment and retention. Again, in keeping with much of the conversation this morning, I had a really interesting conversation with a couple of very senior officers in the Los Angeles Police Department a couple of weeks ago. Basically, they were very keen to understand how we attract, recruit and then retain female officers, because our performance outstrips that of the LAPD at the moment, and they were keen to learn from us. We are absolutely not complacent in terms of the recruitment of female colleagues and those from a minority ethnic, whether that's a black minority or a white minority ethnic background. And the figures for our progress to date in terms of enhancing the diversity of our organisation are contained within this paper and will be further delved into, I'm sure, by the update that Jude will give presently. And I would just like to conclude by commending the work that our Positive Action team is doing as they continue to engage with underrepresented groups within our communities to promote and support their applications into policing. Chair, we are doing a lot, but we have a lot more to do. And as a senior executive within Police Scotland, we are absolutely committed to doing that. I will pause there, Chair, and perhaps invite Jude to introduce her papers.
Sorry, can I just stop you? I'm going to change my mind, I'm afraid, DCC Taylor, and say there's so much in there. I want to give the board a really clear opportunity to provide their public assurance, because they're the oversight of our People Committee, and question you on if they have. So if you wouldn't mind, Jude, if you just hang on for this, and we'll do it bit by bit. So I'm going to ask for board members, and I got my first hand is from Michelle Miller, and then Mary Pitt Casey. Michelle.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, Fiona, for the report, and really comprehensive, a huge amount of work going on, and really appreciate the update and the focus. And within that, I think the efforts to engage with staff from underrepresented groups and so on, and to make sure you get a sense of ensuring that the shape and the direction of travel is founded on their views and their reporting, which is good. But I'm just wondering the extent to which and the frequency with which you would go back to those groups to get a sense of, A, is the activity that we've developed on the back of your feedback appropriate, and more significantly, is it making the kind of difference that you're anticipating? So it's around the regularity and frequency of asking the questions again in terms of the impact that your activity is having.
Michelle, thank you for that question, and that question is absolutely at the core, at the heart of our ambition. There is absolutely no point in us, talking, in fine language, if actually the day-to-day experience of our colleagues across Police Scotland does not change for the better. So we now have chief officer leads for each of the diversity staff associations, and those chief officers speak to those staff association leads on a regular basis. I had a really insightful hour with the chair of Semper Scotland, Sandra Deslandes-Clark, as recently as last week. And actually, Michelle, again, to answer your question, Sandra and I agreed at that meeting last week that we would do our best to invite all of our 200 plus colleagues from minority, Black and Asian minority ethnic backgrounds actually to join us in a seminar, so that again I can just refresh and refocus my understanding of how life feels to them within Police Scotland, and they again have that opportunity to put their concerns or considerations to colleagues who are relatively senior within the organisation. Additionally, Michelle, in terms of the action plan, the cross-organisational equality, diversity and inclusion action plan, as I say, work to deliver that is being led by ACC Steve Johnson, but as part of his oversight group around that action plan, the Diversity Staff Association sit as members of that group. So again, they have the opportunity to interject and to contribute to the progress that's been made, and of course to the speed of that progress.
Fiona, thanks. That's really helpful.
Thank you, Michelle. Mary Pitt Casey, then Fiona McQueen. Mary first.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for a very comprehensive report. It's clear from the reports that come regularly to the People Committee that there's a lot of activity on on these issues, and we welcome that. And we've seen examples of really good work, such as the work that's being done on recruitment. We also welcome the improvements in data collection and presentation, which are also very welcome. And we want to work with Police Scotland to understand how you're using data to inform action, and how the various activities and plans that you have and you've set out today complement and support the delivery of strategic outcomes. We're looking forward to the development of the EDI strategy, which should pull all of this together. Can I ask, how are you collating evidence that what you're doing is what needs to be done to achieve, first of all, the balanced workforce that you spoke about, but also to become the anti-racist and anti-misogyny organisation that you've referred to as well?
Thanks, Mary. That's again an absolutely key question. So there are a number of methods by which we collect the information and the data that you've just described. Now, I would be the first to admit that our ability to collect data to derive insight from that data and to understand trends and understand progress towards the performance that we would like to see has not been easy. And that's as a consequence of some of the legacy systems that we are still working with. However, I think we are now in a much better place to understand exactly where we exactly where we are in terms of the demographic of our organisation. And I have commissioned through Jude's team several pieces of work which are evidence-based to help us to understand, for example, how we can ensure that our retention of female officers is all that it could be, for example. So there is work going on into specific areas where I think we could and should be doing better. We also have the Your Voice Matters survey, which was again reported on to this board last year. Every department and division in the organisation has a bespoke action plan as a consequence of the Your Voice Matters survey, Mary. And one of the key elements, and again an aspect that we asked Durham Business School to integrate within that survey, was around standards of behaviour around incivility, around how actually we ensure that we are treating our colleagues properly. So we will obviously go back and we will resurvey, and that will help us to understand whether the measures that we are putting in place are actually having the outcomes that we need them to have. Again, just to help us to understand whether we are acting and reacting properly in terms of an early enough stage in terms of some of the employment issues which we engage with across the organisation. Again, with Jude's support, we now bring professional standards, we bring our legal services department, we bring P&D and indeed the police authority through your legal colleagues or the legal officials, solicitors within the authority, Mary. We sit down on a monthly basis and we look to assess the trends and the themes which are coming from grievances and employment tribunals. And then we look to recirculate that organisational learning back out into across Police Scotland in order that we can assist line managers and first and second line supervisors to better manage their staff and to understand crucially where they have to ask for support from specialist colleagues. So there is more that's going on. That's just in terms of ensuring that we do complete that loop. But those are some of the kind of key themes that we are, or key activities that we're engaging into. Try to assure the activity that we're taking forward, and of course, some of the key measures will be, are we continuing to increase the number of women that we have in the organisation? Are we retaining women, and are we retaining colleagues from underrepresented groups? So, that incremental, that steady but incremental build towards more better sort of reflecting our communities again will be one of our kind of key performance indicators for us. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you, Fiona. I think maybe some of my other colleagues will have other questions on those issues, but can I just ask, will the strategy, the EDI strategy, define what good will look like when this work has been undertaken? Will it give us a roadmap on how we're going to get there? And will that enable the authority to track progress?
I hope the answer to that is yes. I may bring Tom in, Mary, just to talk about the strategy a little more. But the strategy is clearly set against 4 outcomes for us, and those outcomes have clear commitments aligned to them, and each of those commitments will have a plan of action set behind it, and clearly there will be timelines and milestones integrated into those plans of action, because it is I think it is a very ambitious strategy, and that's why we didn't deliver it to the timeline that I think we initially anticipated that we would deliver it to. I suspect Tom is maybe getting a bit fed up with me because I keep asking for more ambition within the strategy. It needs to be a very, very clear kind of, if you like, it needs to be very, very clear in terms of our ambition, and it also needs to be very clear around the activity that we are going to commit to deliver that ambition. So yes, I believe it will, Mary.
Thank you very much. I don't think we doubt your commitment to this, but it's obviously there's a lot of work involved, and personally I'd rather see the strategy when it's ready than to a particular date. But thank you for the answers to those questions. Thanks, Fiona.
Thank you. Fiona McQueen next. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Fiona. I think you've covered quite a lot of my interest in your response to Mary and Michelle. I'm particularly keen, so I do think the recruitment that Police Scotland do in terms of looking at LGBT gender issues, I think is world leading and is clearly doing a good job. I'm interested in how the particular action we take to make sure that we retain. So we know, for instance, there's a higher percentage of women who leave, who resign rather than retire than men. I also note that, as in common with most areas, the highest level of resignations tends to come within the first year of employment, and that's true for a wide area of labour market. But for Police Scotland, it tends to be the first 2 years. So I'm interested in understanding what specific action Police Scotland are taking to make sure that people are retained. And again, we heard earlier, which is grand, the number of women who are entering into police sergeant ranks are reflective of the number within the force. But what action we're taking to make sure that we retain these women, and also the what by when, making sure that we're measuring it and we know when we've got there.
And again, that's absolutely crucial, Fiona, because the point around the point that you make, in which I wholeheartedly agree with, is that there is little point in us carrying on, really, as you say, and thank you, sector leading recruitment activity if we can't then retain colleagues within the organisation. So again, through Jude's team, and Jude may want to talk about this in a bit more detail. I was particularly concerned about the fact that we do lose more women mid-service than we lose men. So Jude's colleagues have done a piece of work around, well, why should that be, and what can we do about it? What we're finding is that there is a higher incidence in our female workforce, our female deployable workforce, police officers with musculoskeletal sort of issues and injuries, causing them to leave the service, which we suspect may be as a consequence of the personal protective equipment that colleagues are issued with, and that that will have a different effect on sort of female physiology than it might on male. So we're looking at the PPE that we provide to colleagues and how we carry that PPE. We also recognise, and again, this is just a couple of examples, Jude, I'm sure we'll have loads more. We also appreciate that I think in kind of common with a lot of employers, we tend to lose female colleagues after they have their second child. So it's then a question of, well, what can we do in terms of offering flexible work plans to encourage people? Because by the time colleagues get to that stage in service, they're highly experienced. They've got a lot of they've had a lot of policing experience. They are highly skilled. They are the core, the backbone, if you like, of our workforce. So how do we keep in touch with women when they are on maternity leave? How do we ensure that we keep people up to date with what's going on within the organisation? How do we then ensure that actually when our female colleagues do want to come back into the workforce, when they feel it's the right time to come back into the workforce, we have we can offer them flexible working plans which enable them to deal with caring responsibilities as well as with continuing a career in the police service. And of course, I should say at this point that the same holds true for male colleagues who also have caring responsibilities, but this tends to be more acute within female colleagues. And again, Fiona, just to answer your point about us losing recruits who are younger in service, we have just revisited our exit interview sort of process. The Positive Action team pick up on exit interviews with those who leave during their probation. Quite honestly, policing isn't a career for everybody. And sometimes, it's a kind of, thanks very much. We're really pleased you've tried it out, but we just appreciate that it's not for you. But in terms of, sort of just use one of our intakes as an example, we lost 7 out of, I think it was possibly 180. And again, Jude will keep me right on the figures here. 7 out of 180 people on one of our intakes which came in through COVID. That's higher than usual. I think some of that was due to the kind of interruption of the probationary period through COVID. And that was, it's massive, again, as we've spoken about this morning. massive impact on everybody's life through COVID, and numbers of people made different life choices. But equally, one of our colleagues won the lottery, one left to start a business, one left to do a master's degree, one didn't actually, couldn't relocate their family. So there isn't sort of one theme that I am particularly concerned about at the moment, but we need to keep asking people, why we're leaving, and if it's possible, well, how do we get you to stay, because we want you to remain with us. So hopefully that answers your question.
That's great. Thanks very much, Fiona. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. That's a very impressive grasp of detail there, DCC Taylor, about the levers. Very, very impressed there. So my next one is Grant McRae and then Tom Halpin.
And Fiona, some of the questions I was going to ask about analysis of levers to where they go and so on, I think you've already covered. But I suppose the other area I was going to home in on is that from my experience elsewhere, an awful lot of actual levers can be reduced by having actual counselling and monitoring of people during their training stages to find out how happy they are, how likely they are to continue in the course they're in, or whether they're actually thinking of leaving, so you can diffuse the whole issue at an earlier point in time and hopefully not lose quite so many people for whatever reason. And I wonder if there's any scope for doing a bit more in that area.
I absolutely think there is, Grant. I think there always is, and once we're carrying out an exit interview with colleagues, no matter the sort of data that we pull through that, the themes that start to emerge, it's kind of too late because somebody's decided that police, a kind of career in Police Scotland is no longer for them. I think the kind of, and again this has been led by Jude and the team, but the overhaul of our career development processes, Grant, through the My Career initiative, where line managers will sit down with their staff on a regular basis to understand what their aspirations are, whether they're looking for lateral progression, whether they're looking for promotion, and actually just genuinely, how are you feeling about being a member of Police Scotland? I think that initiative should really, again, assist us to understand where we might potentially be about to lose people, and then for those management interventions to go in early. And again, I do think it's crucial, and this was a theme which came through the PSNI report, and again, this is where all the kind of various different strands, I think, start to come together and start to kind of co-align. The support that we will give to our first and second line manager colleagues through the Your Leadership Matters training programme, will support them in terms of their own understanding, but we also need to make it clear to them when actually they should be pulling in assistance from P&D colleagues. They should be bringing specialists into, HR specialists in to support them in having those career conversations with those who may be thinking, well, look, it might just be about reasonable adjustments. I say might, it's not a question of might. It might be about a reasonable adjustment. How can we make that happen for you? How can we look at your flexible working plan? So I do think there are a number of levers, Grant, that we can and that we should be really kind of focused on in terms of keeping those who actually really want to stay and probably could stay if we just make a few amendments to their working environment.
Thank you. That's very much the sort of territory that I hoped you'd say you were looking into, and I would just encourage you to do more of that, because certainly experience in other organisations is that you can minimise the loss of training and investment that you put into individuals if you can make reasonable adjustments to suit what is concerning them, and that would help us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and then we're going to move on. Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Sheila. Must compliment the amount of work that's ongoing. There's clearly no lack of commitment to this. I want to focus on those behaviours that actually lead to really more serious cases, and people are damaged by it and leave the organisation in circumstances we've seen too often, particularly around misogyny, racism, those sort of areas. And consistent, but we have those case conferences about it later on, and what's the learning as a learning organisation, but it's too late for those people. It's already happened, they've been damaged, and there's a huge cost associated with it as well. And so really it's about early intervention and impacting in behaviours in the wider group, you know, not only the supervised, but everyone. So often we've heard in those serious cases that they considered their colleagues and the organisation be bystanders in what happened to them. So within this approach, there were sort of 2 points. Is there a commitment, and is there an actual plan for intervention training for peer intervention?
Thanks, Tom. So what I haven't had the opportunity to mention yet, because we have been talking about predominantly the sort of the positive side, if you like, of the EDI activity that we're engaging in, is that there is some really robust and complementary work going on at the moment, led by ECC Alan Spears and his team around standards of professional behaviour and what we expect from colleagues, and about just basically encouraging our colleagues to go, our police officer colleagues, to go back to the oath of office that they took when they joined, and to ensure that they abide by that oath of office and they live up to the expectations set by it. So there is some work coming forward, and I think Al Hay referred to the professional boundaries work, which has been led through the Complaints and Conduct Committee earlier, Tom, and there is some complementary work going on again alongside those standards of professional behaviour sort of activities, to ensure that all of our officers understand exactly what our expectations are of them in terms of standards of behaviour. And again, we now have a bespoke intranet site called Policing Together, which is a resource for everybody across the organisation, which they can dip into to understand both expectations and good practice, and can also use to understand the sort of lived experience of colleagues. But to your point about early intervention, again, that is one of the kind of key themes of the People and Professionalism Management Board that I chair. And again, in the recent sort of couple of months, Director Helliker has leaned in personally and directly to intervene at an early stage when we can see that things are not going well, and where we perceive that local line managers just need that bit of additional support to ensure that our colleagues are basically any issues, problems, considerations, concerns that our colleagues have are properly, fairly and effectively addressed at the earliest possible stage. And again, to your point about the work that's coming out of the joint activity that we're carrying on, then again through Policing Together and through those professional sort of standards of behaviour and the organisational learning that comes from that, again, we are feeding those themes back into the organisation to prevent similar sets of circumstances happening in future.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentation. I hope what's come through quite clearly is the assurance that the board has about the commitment of policing to this area, and the complex and quite extraordinary processes you have to actually address it. I think what we're looking for, and I think you share this ambition too, Fiona, is what we want to know is we want to have a clearer route map about where this is going to end up. In quite a lot of detail, we want that, but we also know if we know where we want to end up, we can actually track progress far better. And that's an ambition you shared there with Fiona McQueen when she was asking about that. So I think it's important. It is important to say that we're really assured by your commitment and the Chief's commitment on this. There is absolutely no doubt on the board about that, and that the processes you're undertaking are absolutely proportionate and really quite extraordinary. So thank you for the presentation. Thank you for that. And thank you for the committee for oversight of this. They'll carry on having a look at that. Now we move on to the Director of People and Development presenting a report on the annual report on wellbeing. Jude Helliker, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, colleagues. I have two papers in front of you. I think many of the themes will focus on some of the things that DCC Taylor has already outlined. and some of these themes are cross-cutting. So firstly, to the Wellbeing Report, I know members at the People Committee have reviewed both these reports in some detail and given us some considerable scrutiny over those. So I would just like to touch on some of the key items, if I may. I'm very happy to take questions thereafter. The key points from the report, colleagues will be aware that towards the end of last year, just around at the beginning of COP26, we recruited a new health and wellbeing manager, Damien Shannon, and he has been working with the head of People Health and Wellbeing, Susan Beaton, to really review all of our health and wellbeing processes and ensure that they are fit for purpose and identify ways forward. There's some good practice that we've identified, the use of TRIM and ensuring the more widespread use of TRIM, and we saw a significant increase in supportive interventions over the last year in terms of use of TRIM. We delivered mental health wellbeing to over 2,000 colleagues last year in conjunction with the ILIOS partnership, and we rolled out the 87% app to all of our colleagues and both in the SPA and in Police Scotland. We have done some very targeted training in conjunction with Lifeline Scotland, and a delivery plan is being developed for this forthcoming year. And we have seen a slight reduction in our wellbeing champions just as a consequence of natural attrition. However, they are being involved in mental health first aid training, and which is also supported by Lifeline Scotland. Our occupational health and employee assistance programme delivery has seen a reduction over the last year, and that has essentially been down to COVID, but levels are beginning to return closer to normality. We have just conducted a year-end review. I will await the outcome of that review shortly, and will feed back to the People Committee at its next meeting in August. So the health and wellbeing review that we alluded to at the last People Committee was presented to the Health and Wellbeing Governance Board yesterday that I chaired for DCC Taylor. And the board yesterday reviewed both the proposals around this significant review of health and wellbeing programme and the establishment of a health and wellbeing advisory group, both proposals which were approved for onward progression to our strategic leadership board next month. And this looks at significant shift in emphasis from the reactive approach to dealing with health and well-being to a much more preventative approach. So we recognise that there is a significant challenge, as the Chief referred to in his report, significant challenges to our people post-pandemic, and obviously the increasing cost of living, and we want to ensure that we build on this health and wellbeing review with our staff associations and trade union colleagues, and really ensure that we invest appropriately and wisely to deal with the preventative measures associated with our people's health and well-being in the workplace. Chair, with your permission, I'll pause there and happily take any questions from members.
Thank you, Jude. The first question, Mary Pitt-Casey. Mary.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, another very comprehensive report, and one which was given detailed scrutiny at the People Committee at the beginning of June. And again, I would want to stress that the authority recognises Police Scotland's good intentions here and your commitment to the well-being of the workforce, as well as recognising all of the hard work which is outlined in the report. I think we're agreed that this will be more effective if we can identify and address root causes of anything that might be affecting the well-being of our workforce. And the committee recognised and welcomed the work which is ongoing on this, and the commitment to report on root cause analysis later on this year. We're also agreed, I think, that we need to focus on prevention and supportive early intervention, particularly where officers and staff may be having mental health concerns. So that's, I think, an area of focus for us all. And we know that responsibility for addressing wellbeing issues cannot sit with people in development alone. It's a matter for the entire organisation. But I wondered if you could say something about the training and support we give to line managers to help them support the wellbeing of their teams.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, so I think that all of those issues are very clearly at the forefront of our minds. In terms of training to line managers, one of the things that we've identified is that there is an increasing trend emerging from our review of grievances that many of our line managers are having to tackle issues surrounding mental health issues with their people. So we are doing a number of things here. We have our First Line Manager programme, which includes two key strands in it. One is the EDI strand that Deb Taylor has spoken about, and the other is the wellbeing strand, ensuring that people understand how to ask the right questions. And we recently had an initiative last month on it's about you're okay, I'm okay, and trying to encourage people to talk to each other to understand that they can see some of the signs that are emerging. One of the other things that we're doing, partly in response to work that Deb Taylor commissioned from both the PSNI report into the Rona Malone Employment Tribunal and from the Truth to Power sessions, was reviewing our grievance procedures. And we currently have a group looking at it with a view to shifting the emphasis to promoting a positive workplace, so that how do we, rather than talking about reacting to complaints, how do we get upstream and ensure that we are identifying problems at the earliest possible stage. So when we see people who are maybe a little bit disaffected at work, having the confidence to tap into that. The Your Leadership Matters programme that Deb Taylor referred to earlier as well, we're currently in the final stages of procuring a delivery partner to roll that out over the next 18 months to 5,000 first and second line managers. That's our sergeants, inspectors and staff equivalents. And we also have other line manager toolkits around these the issues around early intervention, signposting to both the Employee Assistance Programme, the Wellbeing Champions and the HR Advisory Service, to try and help line managers who perhaps don't deal with these issues very frequently, giving them the confidence and ensuring then that if the issues are slightly more complicated, then they immediately get escalated to the appropriate place.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that's really helpful. There's something on the news this morning about people being asking people who work for them how well they are. Are they well? Is there something bothering them? And not just taking a negative response and breathing a sigh of relief and moving on, but actually perhaps asking the question again, but also knowing where to go to get support for somebody in their team who might need it. So that's really helpful. Thank you very much, Jude.
Thank you very much indeed. I don't have any, any other hands up, any other board member. If I could move on then, Jude, to your final report, the annual workforce annual report.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Chair, this paper has been discussed in some considerable detail by the People Committee on the 1st of June. And I thought I'd just give a few highlights to that, and again, happy to take questions. I suppose one of the key highlights for members is the fact that we are still sitting below our normal establishment as a consequence of a delayed intake from the last financial year. That intake of 300 probationers that came in on the 18th of April is the first of our big intakes now that we foresee coming through over the course of the next couple of years. We're looking at an intake of 300 on the 25th of July, and then hoping to ramp that up to maybe 350 in October this year, and we will try and increase that as far as possible, but ensuring that we are continuing with our with our progress on female and minority ethnic diversity representation, because what we don't want to do is compromise any of that significant effort that has gone in. The female representation has increased right across the board, and some of the recruitment intakes have been really, I think one of our intakes was 50-50. All of the female intakes have been in the mid to late 40%, which is really helping to shift that workforce balance. Police constable workforce, we have 34, almost 34.5% female. And I'm really pleased to report that for both superintending ranks, we are seeing 31% female representation. And our aspiration and ambition is to continue to progressively increase our female and minority ethnic representation across the board. We don't advocate a target, because sometimes you hit the target and you miss the point. And the point for us is about ensuring that we are as representative of the communities that we serve as possible. Our sickness levels in the last year, members will of course be aware that that they are higher than normally. Most of that we attribute to COVID-related absences. However, we are increasingly concerned about our psychological related absences, as I referred to in my last report. And one of the pieces of work that Susan Beaton is currently undertaking is to try and identify any correlation between absence levels, grievances, other underlying issues that are behind all of this, so that we can really get a more longitudinal investigation into this. This analysis is going to take a little bit of time, but we are working through that at the moment. We do have some new protocols in place, however, to help manage absence. Something as simple as shifting the absence reporting from where it used to go through in C3. We moved that at the beginning of the COVID pandemic because of the impact on our C3 colleagues and just delivering service to 101 and 999 calls. That was shifted across to my team, and that has had a compound benefit, because the people who are calling the absence line are having the opportunity to speak to an HR advisor who can help signpost them more quickly to some of the services that they might need to access. We also have a press 1 for absence, press 2 for all other queries. It might sound really simple, but again, it has made a big difference to the team. And we have a daily update on the top 10 issues raised by our calls into People Direct, and that helps us helps inform what sort of line managers toolkits we need to produce periodically. And we removed the Bradford score, and I know many of you will have seen the use of the Bradford score as a means of probably a more punitive means of dealing with absence levels, rather than what we're trying to do, which is a supportive intervention. And the final part I would like to refer to is re-rostered rest days. Again, I know this has been a perennial concern of board members over the years, and I think over the last year or so with COVID and with COP26, we've seen an unhealthy increase in the number of re-rostered rest days sitting in banks. Members of the People Committee will know that I have a monthly HR performance board where we look into a variety of different issues, and the team of people partners who support divisional commanders and ACCs out in the ground are tasked with various actions, one of which they're specifically looking at the moment is re-rostered rest days, and they have been engaging with commanders to highlight those officers who have balances of 10 or more days, and review any trends, resourcing levels, locations, demand, age, demographic issues, to try and alongside the absence data to try and gain an insight as to whether there are any patterns emerging, and what then the interventions that we need to look to resolve. The people partners will be sharing this information with our resource delivery units and my resource planning team to feed into the work that DEP Care and DCO Page are working on in relation to operational prioritisation and resilience. and our strategic and tactical workforce planning. It's going to be a very busy summer coming up, with lots of events happening and other issues that we're dealing with, such as an increase in COVID absence levels too. So this is something that we will keep under review. Chair, I'll leave it there and happy to take questions from members.
Thank you very much, Mary, Mary Piketty, outgoing Chair of People Committee. First up, Mary.
Yes, thank you. Thanks again, Jude. I think it's clear from all of these interconnected reports today that there's a huge amount of work being done and some good work being undertaken. And as with the other cases, in this one as well, what we have here is much improved data. And that's always valuable, but particularly valuable as we look towards the development of the people strategy. But what the committee has been trying to do is understand if the significant actions which are being taken will result in the desired outcomes. So Jude gave a couple of examples in relation to managing absence and reducing the number of re-rostered rest days. And we've been particularly focused on those issues in the committee as well. Both of them have a big impact on resource availability, the number of people you have available to be deployed. And that's obviously currently the focus of significant work with the backdrop of the spending review. So we need to get on top of these, and we need to be sure we're doing the right things and we're doing everything we need to do. The People Committee has also discussed with Police Scotland the need to demonstrate how the data is used to develop insight, which will inform future actions. So that's a theme that has recurred. And all of this, of course, should feed into not just the people strategy, but also the strategic workforce plan. So it all comes together. Could I ask you perhaps to outline to the board how you are developing the outcomes and the measures which will support our ability and Police Scotland's ability to measure progress in each of these areas?
Thank you, Mary. Well, as you know, at the last People Committee, I presented my thoughts on where I felt the next people strategy needed to go, and I absolutely agree that we have been doing significant work on developing our data over the last year or so, and I'm very pleased with the quality of the data that we now have. But where I absolutely feel we need to make much more progress is what insights are we drawing from that data. And I've been working with Tom McMahon on how we develop those insights in a far more productive way so that we can ensure that we are demonstrating that we are reaching some of our desired outcomes. The HR Performance Board is one such vehicle for doing that, and without having a look at some of the data and then tasking the people partners who are on the ground and working with divisional commanders on a regular basis, identifying what these issues are. Some of the data that we have is not so easy to get hold of. Some of our systems are still manual. Some of our systems are being automated, but they'll take some time just to pull through. For example, some of our recruits are still being managed through paper applications. So hopefully by the end of this calendar year, everything will be automated and we will be in a position to have far quicker access to our information. In the forthcoming people strategy, the plan is that we will have a very clear what, so what, and now what for People Committee and for our internal customers to be able to see what it is what success will look like and how we will know when we've got there, and a very clear roadmap on all of the annual delivery plans for that. So we're currently working on a new performance report, and as I say, Tom's team has been working with us to try and ensure that we are drawing in some of the data and insights from the wider strategic issues and the work that we're doing collaboratively on the strategic workforce plan refresh.
Thanks very much. I next have Fiona McQueen, then Grant McRae. Fiona.
That's great. Thanks, Chair, and thanks for that, Jude. And again, some of the conversation you've had with Mary will answer the queries I had. I think a couple of observations. You've talked about not having targets, but I'm hearing quite clearly from Police Scotland that the workforce
will reflect the communities it serves. So, you know, I think that then gives us an indication of where we're aiming for. And as you and Mary have had that discussion in the recent passing, is about how do we know the actions that we're taking will actually give us the outcomes that we need. So with that in mind, I'm reflecting on quite rightly, I think it was Fiona had said, you know, some people, you know, for them, Police Scotland is not for them, and you know, in terms of the labour market, it's reasonable and not unusual for the highest level of people who resigned coming in the first year. We heard earlier from the Chief that how valuable the special constables are, and of course volunteering not only improves health in the person, but they live longer. So clearly it's a win-win situation in terms of volunteering for people who do that. What do we know about the level of attrition of our special constables who come into the service compared to people who have never served as serving police officers? And then I wonder if you could also say a bit more on a different theme on the sickness absence. You know, once we've created that environment where staff can flourish, what would a reasonable level of absence, what would you typically expect it to be? Because at the moment we have significantly more people off sick than we have vacancies. The two aspects.
Okay, thank you, Fiona. In terms of the attrition of volunteers, I don't have that information to hand. I'd need to go and do a little bit of digging around the dashboards to find that, but I will find it and come back to you with that later. A reasonable level of absence. So we would normally take a rule of thumb as around 5.5% absence on sickness absence is probably around our average. And of course, it has been running significantly higher over the last couple of years. You know, I think I don't like just to look at a single figure, because what I'm more interested in is what are the reasons for absence. You know, if we have lots of short intermittent periods of absence, that can often denote an underlying problem or trend. And you'll know yourself, you know, every Monday morning or every Friday, there are some trends there that we need to look at. And then what are some of our absences, our long-term absences, you know, how long are they and what is the reason for them? And for example, where we have people who, and we know that there is a significant backlog being suffered by the NHS, which is likely to have a significant impact on our own people who may be looking for surgery or other medical interventions that they're awaiting on the NHS. So that's one of the things that we're building into our review of our occupational health services. So what more can we do in terms of you know, physiotherapy, back clinics, mental health clinics, the provision of you know, psychological interventions that will help bring people back to work, or just make people's work life a bit more bearable to allow them to stay at work. So you know, so I think that I would be looking at probably a series of different metrics around absence, Fiona, that would be able to identify some of those things rather than just look at the singular figure.
One crude figure. No, that's helpful, Jude, and look forward to seeing that coming through the People Committee, because as we all know, work is good for people's health. So the best place for our staff and officers is to be at their work, and obviously we're doing, you know, Police Scotland are doing an incredible amount to do that. So we're looking forward to seeing that systematic approach delivering results in the coming months. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Fiona. Last question from Grant McCrae, please.
Thank you, Chair. Jude, I became aware of the growing backlog leave position and the re-rostered rest day situation through the Resources Committee, because provision has to be made for that in the annual accounts. And it started to build up during the monthly reporting as the year progressed. So I'm really pleased to hear that it's one of the areas that you're actually addressing on a monthly regular basis. I just wondered if, on the basis of actions to get this down, get to a better outcome, are you actually getting the area commanders or further down the command chain specific requirements to get the overall RRD, if I've got the initials right, down to what is an acceptable level? And actually, do we have a target for acceptable level? You talked about particular attention to those with 10 or more days, but are we trying to actually run in a situation where there's not more than say 3 days or whatever the answer is? I don't know. It's really just what sort of action is being requested to get it down to an acceptable level and defining the acceptable level. Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. And this is a conversation that we had in detail at the last People Committee. I think Fiona McQueen described it as reaching a level of equilibrium, and there's some debate about what that might look like. So, you know, I would be disingenuous if I said that we want to get to 0 re-rostered rest days in the bank, because that's not achievable. We're 24/7, 365 day a year emergency service, and as the chief said earlier on, the first line of response and the last line of response. So there are undoubtedly pressures on our people that other services and other agencies don't see to the same extent. All the more reason therefore that our people need to ensure that our people have their rest, and we know that one of the biggest contributions to mental ill health is lack of rest, and it's a big compounding issue. So the people partners have been working really closely with the divisional commanders and the support superintendents on divisions to identify where our key concerns are, and we know from our dashboards where our hotspots are, and I've specifically gone through them myself and tasked the people partners, and I've asked for regular feedback on what's happening there. Why are we having a problem? Is it because we've got a lack of resource? Is it because there are other issues around, for example, court citations in a particular division where that is causing where we're having to re-roster officers' days because they are being cancelled, they're being brought in off a rest day to go to court, and then they're not heard at court and have to come back in again. So some of the re-rostered rest days are out with our control, but some of them are within our control. So what would a reasonable equilibrium look like? Well, you know, we have a duty for our federated ranks to re-roster their rest days within a certain period of time, and we really should be endeavouring to hit that target wherever possible, and where not, then ensuring that we hit it as quickly as soon as possible thereafter. With our more senior officers, for example, our detective inspectors who are very much in demand and don't have as much control over their time or overtime, we must ensure that we're tackling some of those areas as well. And again, we'll be talking to some of the ACCs in those specific areas about what we can do in P&D to support them in that. And also we'll be looking at rank ratios and seeing if that has any correlation too. So there's a number of streams of work that we're looking at, but the bottom line is we want to reduce any time owed to officers and staff as far as possible to ensure that they are getting the proper rest that they're entitled to and that they deserve.
Right. Thanks, Jude. I really appreciate the practical problems with a 24/7 service, but I wonder if as part of your activities in this area, and I welcome all the things you've said you're doing, whether there is some way of actually setting a target for what good would look like. I accept it will never be 0, but is it 3, is it 5, or whatever, to actually help the area commanders to actually make sure that they are moving resources around to make sure that they get within what a good target will look like?
I think you know, we need to look at availability in the round. And one of the things, we get a daily report that shows officer and staff availability across all of our divisions, and it breaks it into subdivisions, and the divisional commanders have access to that. And I know that on a day and daily basis, they're moving resources around depending on the demands on their divisions. You know, this is you know, bread and butter for them. But there are certain areas where we know, for example, during COVID, during the height of COVID, when some of our divisions were being significantly impacted by absences and the like. It's not a binary thing, and that's why I'm really reluctant to put my finger on a number, because re-rostered rest days, you then have a look at toil, you then look at annual leave outstanding, you look at absence levels and other abstractions through training, for example, and court. Then we need to look at all of these things in the round and ensure that our availability and our deployability of resources is as high as it possibly can be. So that's the focus that I've been trying to get the people partners onto. Let's look at availability. For example, we were our target during COVID was if we drop below 75% availability, then that gave us a red flag, and we knew that we needed to deploy additional resources into that area of business. So the deployability, of course, of people who are fully fit to undertake response policing, for example, that is another area of business. And of course, when we look back to the Chief's 3 focuses of priority that he mentioned earlier about initial contact, response policing and public protection policing, it's shifting our resources into those key areas to ensure that those 3 focus areas are always being delivered against as a priority.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you doing a lot of work in this area, and just for the avoidance of doubt, my interest and Resources Committee interest was not so much the financial impact, it was the welfare of the officers concerned. That was what was really your comments just now. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant, and thank you for the presentation. Just to wrap it up, Jude and Fiona Taylor, really welcome the dashboard. It really is a significant resource for an oversight body. It helps improve our assurance, and it creates a more effective oversight for us. So thank you for that. I hope to see that every year, more and more refined to get the analysis as well as the data. Just one comment to make, and I don't have to answer it now, is that I was also looking when I was preparing this the modified duties. We have around 1,800 police officers on modified duties from year to year. And around 1 in 5 of them either do not have or are past the review date. And given the resource constraints within policing, I think that should be, it just struck me as something that you might want to look at through the People Committee, Fiona, and just lean in there on those areas. That's a very significant part of the establishment there, who haven't had a review or don't have a review that's past its review date. But that's detail which I'm able to pick out because of the dashboard, and that I'm really praised the dashboard. It really helps at our level, the board level, and I'm sure the People Committee will go into this in detail as they always do. So thank you for the presentations, as always, very clear. The presentations from DCC Taylor and Director Jude Helliker. This has now come to the end of our public business. I would ask you to return in 20 minutes, turn your camera off, but don't leave, return in 20 minutes, and we'll start the private session of the board.